Good evening. Happy New Year. With this, I will call the January 13, 2020 Menlo Park Planning Commission to order. Let the record show that Commissioners Doran, Riggs, Barnes, Kennedy, DeCarty, and Mr. Kale are present. Currently absent is Commissioner Tate. Reports and announcements. Under reports and announcements, staff and commission members may communicate general information of interest regarding matters within the jurisdiction of the commission. No commission discussion or action can occur on any of the presented items. Good evening, Ms. Sandmeyer.
Good evening, Chair Barnes and Commissioners. So tomorrow night, the City Council will have a study session at 5:30 to confirm the approach to updating the transportation impact analysis guidelines related to vehicle miles traveled and the level of service. And that concludes my reports and announcements.
Yes, of course.
There were a number of bills enacted by the State Assembly.
Mike.
There were a number of bills enacted in Sacramento late last year that took effect January 1st that affect ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and purport to preempt local zoning ordinances that contravene them. There's a notice on the planning department page that we need to review our ADU ordinances. Can you tell us what the process for that is and what role, if any, the Planning Commission has in that process?
I don't think a clear process has necessarily been outlined, but we're working on figuring out which parts will need to be updated, and I can provide a better update at the next Planning Commission meeting.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Seeing none, let the record show that Commissioner Tate has arrived at 7:03 p.m. Good evening. Item D, under public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the Commission on any subject not listed on the agenda in items listed on the consent calendar. Each speaker may address the Commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The Commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the Commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. So what this means is if you have something that you would like to say under public comment and it's not for an item that's on the agenda, now is your time to say it. If you're here for a particular specific agenda item, rest assured that I will call for public comment for each respective agenda item, and you'll have your opportunity at that time for that specific item to give public comment. With that said, I have no general purpose public comment cards. If anyone would like to give one, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward and having no cards, I'm going to close public comment and proceed to item E on the agenda, consent calendar. This is the E1. This is the approval of minutes from the December 9th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. I'll look for any revisions from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner DeCarty.
I was going to vote for approval.
Okay. Seeing now's the time for any revisions, and I'll ask for Commissioner Riggs.
Yes, thank you. And to staff, I apologize I wasn't able to get these out by email. I have a couple of corrections. One is on page 11 of the minutes. In the third paragraph, the third line says they would purchase the 4 rows of blocks two-toned. I'm sure they meant that they would purchase the 4th row of blocks in the appropriate tone. The one thing we did confirm is that there would be no two-tone bricks. And then on page 12, the second paragraph from the bottom, Commissioner Riggs said that the intention of the building height was to deal with differences of public opinion. That should read, Commissioner Riggs said the intention of the building height code language was to deal with that. Thank you.
So I have a first from Commissioner Ducardi, revisions from Commissioner Riggs. Commissioner Riggs.
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Riggs. Any other revisions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the December 9th, 2019 Commission meetings as revised by Commissioner Riggs. And prior to that, let me check in with staff. Are we clear on the revisions?
Yes, thank you.
Great. All in favor, please raise your hand. Let the record show it's Commissioners Kale, Ducardi, Kennedy, Barnes, Riggs, and Doran. All opposed? All abstaining? Record show that Commissioner Tate is abstaining. Thank you.
Chair, but just a point of order, a question. With items on the consent calendar, are we supposed to vote for them up or down? And if not, then vote to pull them? Or somebody needs to pull them from the consent calendar and then we would revise?
Historically, when it's related to the minutes, we'll look for revisions, and we won't necessarily go through the motions of pulling it. If we've got on the consent calendar items of, for instance, architectural review, then we might pull and look at that. But if it's looking for revisions to consent, we don't customarily pull. Okay? Thank you for that question. Proceeding to item F, which is public hearing. The first item we have this evening under public hearing is F1. That's architectural control, major subdivision, use permit, and BMR agreement for 661-6687 Partridge Avenue. This is a request for architectural control to demolish 7 residences on 3 lots and construct 7 new 2-story single-family residences and 1 new 2-story duplex with attached garages on a standard lot in the R2 low-density apartment zoning district. The project includes a request for a major subdivision to merge the 3 existing parcels and create 9 condominium units. The project includes a request for each use permit for excavation within the required left side and rear setbacks for basement light wells. 1 below market rate BMR unit and 1 additional market rate unit are proposed per the density bonus provisions in the BMR housing program, chapter 16.96.040, which allows density and FAR bonuses when BMR units are incorporated into the project. As part of the project, a 17-inch diameter heritage size fig tree, tree number 8, in fair condition would be removed. The city arborist has approved the heritage tree removal pending final action on the proposed project by City Council. Good evening, Mr. Paz.
Good evening. As an update from staff, the applicant has provided an updated site plan that has the correction with respect to reconciling the minor discrepancy with the area calculation. So there was a condition of approval included to ensure that was taken care of, and they've taken care of that. So that'll be incorporated into the plan set that goes to the City Council.
Thank you. Now, that was that a piece of documentation that was distributed, or that's for information and you have that documentation?
That's for information, and we have that documentation.
Got it. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Paz? Clarifying questions as it relates to staff. Mr. Ducardi.
So on page 8 of the staff report, this is regarding the city attorney confirming that the tenant relocation assistance requirements outlined in Chapter 8.56 do not apply. And the reason they do not apply is that because these are 3 separate units currently. Is that correct? 3 separate parcels, excuse me.
That is correct.
If they were already a single parcel, then would it apply?
I would need to double check, but I believe it would apply because then the total number of units would be above the threshold.
And have you had any correspondence from any tenants or anybody with any concerns about relocation and not receiving relocation assistance?
Staff has not received any direct correspondence. However, in advance of the Housing Commission meeting, there was a meeting with the Housing Division and the project team to go over tenant relocation and the BMR program generally. And at that meeting, it was discussed the extent of notice that was given to the tenants there, which I believe was over a year. And this was discussed at the Housing Commission meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for clarification, the Planning Commission is the recommending body because this is a major subdivision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. So with that, I'll set some context for my fellow commissioners. In tonight's meeting, we are recommending body, and the charter is to provide recommendations to the City Council on the following resolutions for the entitlements for the proposed project, and these are included in the cover page of the staff report. In short, there's 4 of them. One's on architectural control, one's on major subdivision, one is on the use permit, and one is on the BMR agreement. As we move forward through these, we'll take a temperature of the commissioners. If we could do them as a slate, should that be the preference of the group, or I'm also happy to have them pulled one by one for votes if there are specific recommendations pursuant to any one of these 4. I always want to give a courtesy to fellow commissioners. If they have something strong about a particular number that they want to offer language on, you'll have the opportunity to do so. So with that, I will turn it to the applicant to come forward. Good evening, and tell us a little bit about your project.
Hello, I'm Rick Hartman from HomeTech Architecture. I'm the architect for the project. This developer has done 3 other projects on this same street, one directly across the street from it, where the old house was torn down in 2 units, one in front, one in back, are built with the one-car garage. So he's pretty familiar with the street, and some of the neighbors are pretty familiar with him now because of all these projects. Also in context, the neighbor immediately to the south was approved here about 2 months ago. It was another one of my projects with a different client, and I have another one closer to El Camino, which is also a 2-unit on Partridge. It's an R3. There's about 3 properties that are R3 over there. That one is currently in review at planning as well. So there's a trend now to get these really old, outdated buildings into new, modern homes that are far more desirable for people to live in. This one is a little unusual. It's entitled for 8 units, but we're going with the 9 with the BMR. The fact that we get the additional unit, if we do a BMR, made all the difference in the world on this thing papering out. So I'm glad this city has that. Other cities do not. Things don't paper out. But the footprint and FAR are so tiny that with the one-car garage, we really needed to do a full basement on each of these, which got them up to the 2,000 square foot range for each unit. So they all have an attached garage, and they all have an open parking adjacent to their attached garage. We went around a little bit with fire review. They wanted a big giant driveway on both sides of this thing, and we're like, well, can we not? So in my history with fire on Partridge was the same. City Council minimized the driveways to minimize paving. Fire department wants to enlarge them to get the gigantic trucks onto the site. They did settle for one being really large if we did not have any fences going across the back. They were concerned with the rear units more than the rest of them. So there's 2 open parking side by side in front of unit number 8, and that is their fire access to get to unit number 9. And so that worked out really good. So I can keep the driveway that starts at number 3. I can keep that one skinnier and not have it be 18, 20 feet as well, which would have just devastated all of our hopeful house designs. We are doing a little different. I don't want 9 houses that look all identical. To me, that's really silly. I don't think homeowners want that. They would like some uniqueness. So what we have is we have 3 styles with 3 interpretations of that same style, so that gives us our total of 9. The unit 7 and 8, which is at the back, they were detached, but fire wanted a 10-foot separation, and I couldn't fit it. So I just slid those 2 units together. So it's officially a duplex, but they join only at the garages. There's no living space adjoining there. I still put in a party wall for fire separation and so forth. So that one is called a duplex, but it's really the same as all the others. And I'm keeping their separate styles. So I do want them to look like they are still single family. Each house is a little different than your neighbor. And we mixed up those styles in the development so that we don't have 3 colonial on one row and 3 something else on another. So it's trying to mix them up. Same with colors. It's a very muted palette of colors, although we do try to do the colors of that particular style with each home. There are not 9 colors. We did reuse some of them in some areas. But it's trying to do a project like this that matches the street, matches the character, has very similar attributes to the other new homes that are going up and down the street. I wish we didn't have such a gigantic wide driveway because all that pavers is kind of annoying. There's one about 4 units up that has the 22-foot wide drive, and we don't really like it. It's just all asphalt. We're not going to do asphalt. We're going to have pavers. After that, it's encroachment for the light wells. In order to get the basements to work, the light wells did have to encroach into the rear and side setback. I have light wells in the front too, which don't need anything, but I couldn't do everything with one light well. So it's a matter of getting light wells for all the rooms in the basement. But they are 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath units, 3.5 bath units, including the BMR, which makes it one of the biggest BMRs that they've had in quite some time. Other than that, any questions? Did you scroll?
Any clarified questions to the applicant? Mr. Kale.
Thank you. Actually, my first question is for staff. Just regarding the sea of paving there is there versus the amount of landscaping. Given that the fire department has their requirements, is there any concerns from staff, or is there any options that we have in order to get more landscaping in here? Is it we're just given this amount of paving is required?
So the use of the pavers does count towards the open space landscaping requirement at 50% because it is permeable. However, the fire protection district requirement of 24 feet here is a firm requirement. We did meet with the applicant and engineering, transportation, and fire during the review of this project to see if there was any flexibility, and that is how we got to the 24 and 18-foot driveway. But reducing the width of the driveways is not something that fire seemed amenable to beyond the flexibility that they already showed. With respect to landscaping more generally, if there are areas where the commission sees opportunities for that, that is within the purview of the architectural control to make those recommendations.
Thank you. Hopefully there's some areas that can be carved out to get some more greenery. Regarding the design themselves, so I appreciate the 3 styles, and you mentioned units 7 and 8 in the back that are connected, and it appears that those units are really only offset by about 6 inches. So it seems to me that it would work better if that was one style rather than 2 separate styles.
I still want them to look like 2 houses, 2 separate houses, even though they're attached. That was my goal.
Yeah.
And I wish it was like 2 foot offset, but I just don't have the space. I'd love to make them a bigger offset. We ran into the turning radius on the traffic.
Understood. I guess my desire would be if they can't be 2 feet offset, that they would look the same rather than
Then
trying
it
to
looks
look like
like
two
one
separate.
house with 2 front doors. I'm
True.
going to avoid that. That's what I'm trying to do. So I still want it to look like 2 houses. So having a little offset gives you that leading corner that says I'm one building and this is a different building.
Okay, and my other comment is sort of similar comments we've had before about the corner boards and the fascia returns. Is the intention that the corner boards will be painted an accent color as shown here?
Yeah, I think some are accent and some are not, right? The corner boards. She's my color person. But yeah, so some are accent and some are not accent. But if you want them all to just blend in with the siding adjacent, that's fine too.
That would be my preference
Okay.
personally. Yeah. And then on, I think, house number 1, those little, at the gable end, the fascia returns.
Yeah, that's the colonial style always has a fully filled in soffit overhang.
Okay.
So when I get to the end, I have a flat underneath come in so it boxes straight up. That's inherent to a colonial style. None of the others have that, especially the Craftsman. It's way wide open. But
I would just request that those are detailed carefully because they can
Yeah.
often be very clunky and not thought out if they're just boxed out.
no, they should be smooth to the fascia, and the soffit underneath is a little above that edge, so the fascia extends a little bit below the soffit, and then that's where our vent screed is. So there's a detail. I did include a detail, I believe, of that in there somewhere.
I didn't see it, but
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So, on first glance at this, at the design, it felt very bulky. It also felt very sort of flat. But for deeper in, when I see some of the landscape and in this aerial, it looks a little bit better. I appreciate that the 2 attached are different because it doesn't feel like it is one, trying to appear as one unit when it's actually
Yeah.
2. I think also that it is, because I live in that neighborhood and this is appropriate for what is being built, down the block, across the street, which it looks really nice. And I think that if we can the only way we're going to get some BMR in this particular neighborhood is sort of along these same protocols. My concern, I agree with Commissioner Kale in terms of the starkness of the lack of landscape, and I understand that there are some issues because of fire egress, but along Stanford Avenue on Stanford campus over what used to be Escondido Village, what makes a similar grouping of homes work is because there's robust landscape. In fact, every house has at least a little strip around it in the front that calls it out as something that is taking away from just these houses all stacked together.
Right.
And this site, even though it is a very narrow site. I mean, I walk or bike or drive down that block almost every day. That in theory it looks like it fits, but my concern is that it's going to look very stacked, very close together. There's a similar subdivision on Laurel in between Oak Grove and Glenwood on the on the west side. And it's, I think, 6 or 8 houses just like this. And it has taken several years for it to feel like it belongs to that neighborhood. And so I would, wonder if there is a way to do more landscaping and to call this out a little bit more so that the homes do feel a little more separate, because it does feel very tight. And I know that 9th unit is wonderful because it is a BMR unit, but without that unit, what happens to this site? I know that may not pencil out, but that's the concern is, yes, great BMR, but to what is lost because you're sticking in another 1,500 square foot and then the basement.
Yeah, well, that's why I was annoyed with the gigantic driveway. I was hoping to have a lot more landscaping around the driveway as you go down the middle of it. That's why that driveway is only 1.5 feet off the porch edge. So But we can certainly do, like, conditionally increase the amount of landscaping as far as the plants, the size of the plants, the diversity of the plants. That's certainly something that we can take, have incorporated into it, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
She does have some trees and stuff. Mara's done a lot of our projects in the city, and they've come out very nice.
Clarifying questions, Mr. Riggs.
Yes, thank you. And I am going to limit myself to questions. Good evening. I noticed that on a couple of instances you added shutters on just an individual window. I saw staff's comments. I don't mean to bring that up now, but I am curious. They're proportioned like real shutters. Do you intend to have them hinged as shutters?
Not really, because I don't think I have enough wall space. So if I have a 6-foot window, I'm going to need a 3-foot shutter. And that's a 12-foot wall, and I'm probably running into the corners by that point. So trying to be real is wonderful, but in today's world, nothing on these houses is real. Not the siding, not the roofing, not the windows, not nothing. Because everything is modern and low maintenance, zero maintenance, and green, which means it's not authentic.
You know, the last thing you want to do, especially in Menlo Park, is challenge our pretenses. But you've done it now.
But there's political will, and then there's reality. So,
Please don't go any further.
Okay.
The fact that they're proportioned like
Yeah.
like that is a good thing as it is. And then
I don't like getting carried away with shutters, so there's not very many.
oh, the on your sheet TM2, where the condo lines are drawn out. I just wanted to clarify because it looks like there's two sets of lines, one that outlines the buildings and one set that divides up the property into rectangles and lots. So if I buy Unit 6, for example, is the rectangle my condo?
Well, I'm not the civil, but there's a lot of common area here and a lot of easement in here because the utilities have to be easemented out of the private land. So I would have to refer that back to, I think Ambrose was the fellow that did this.
Well, that does make sense because
yeah.
you can't actually own part of the site. All right. Well, that probably resolves my ultimate question, which was that there were sufficient easements for backing
Yeah.
of the vehicles.
Yeah.
So I think that answers that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Doran.
I'm sort of concerned about the encroachment into the setbacks on the side for the light wells. You mentioned briefly the need for that to get a full basement in, but I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit more and why it wouldn't be sufficient to have light wells on the front and the back. My concern is, we see this a lot, actually, and I'm always concerned about it. The purpose of those setbacks, part of the purpose is to allow for vegetation to screen this development from whatever's next to it now and whatever might get built next to it in the future. And the more we encroach into them, the less space there is for that kind of landscaping. I'm not so concerned about the rear setback because it's 3.8 feet out of 20, but on the sides it's 3.5 feet out of 10, and that feels like a lot to me.
Yeah, and our landscaper put stepping stones to go around it as well. But really, it's the separation building to building is a number one thing that I've seen for setbacks, so that this building isn't too close to that building. So a 10-foot here on both sides is a 20-foot separation. And there should be sufficient landscape in 20 feet. But we do expect landscaping around that light well. Most of the jurisdictions I work with don't like front light wells. In fact, some outlaw it. And it's aesthetic. Why is there this funny little fence going around your front window or something, out in the front yard? So I tend to put them in rears and sides, and they're just not visible that way from the public. And that's the reason for them. In some cities, I'm not allowed to go, well, like this one too, actually, not to go into the setback at all with the light wells, which means they have to notch out the house for it. On larger homes, it's easy. On these guys, they're kind of shoehorned in here, and I don't have enough footprint available to put these light wells into the footprint of the house as opposed to letting them extend out. There's a light well by the garage. No, there are two in the back. I think I had a light well in the back behind the garage as well. So I'm always trying to get them where they're not seen. The rear houses have light wells in the front, but that's kind of, what's the front? It's kind of in the corner of the front because of the way they sit on the property. And then in the back. So, but yeah, it's a matter of landscape separation. And that's what I say, with the landscape, we can certainly ask the landscaper to put in more trees, more privacy trees. It's a very common thing that we come across. So if more landscape screening is needed, definitely make it a condition.
Okay, I think we can revisit that when we come to our comments.
Correct. Commissioner Tate.
Although there are challenges with the landscaping, I'm excited that you were able to put in a BMR unit, and hopefully when we have our further discussions, we'll all understand that is a real plus, even though there may not be as many patches of grass as we had hoped. But hopefully, like you said, we can do something with maybe trees or something to that effect. But really, the win here is that there is going to be a for sale below market unit.
Thank you. That was part of our analysis. We could come in with 6 homes because the other lots that we do are 2, 2, 2, 2 like that. And because they had not been merged, that was certainly a possibility. But the BMR with the extra unit does get us up to 9, but it's a real tough shoehorn to do it. And that's the trade-off of the BMR is it just added another unit in the mix. So even though all the mathematics, and there's a huge amount of math in your package regarding that, it did work out that we could do a BMR. So the owner elected to do that, which he is here if you have questions for the owner.
Thank you. Commissioner DeCardi.
Yeah, along the lines of the landscaping and the space and the pavers. So page 8 of the staff report notes that the applicant is not requesting an exception from the parking requirements to reduce on-site parking, which is the staff preference. I wondered if that was your preference, and if in fact some or more of the units only had one parking space, if that would be a way to potentially have more green space and more planting.
I'd like to do more planting where we have green available. What it is it's the 4-bedroom. If they were a 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom, I think I would go with that. And it is the trend now to reduce the amount of parking in projects generally because we expect more people to ride bikes and so forth, especially when this is so close to downtown. But with the 4-bedroom, that makes me nervous. I don't think it would work, for the neighbors because they're going to end up parking up and down the street. It's, you get 2 teenagers in one house and you're in trouble with cars. I've been there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Question to staff. Page 8, second paragraph. In the staff report, you articulate some of the mechanics of the BMR obligation. What happens if this goes through a major subdivision? It's a condo map put on it. They're all separate parcels. And if the market changes, the applicant desires to rent out one of these houses, retaining the house and then renting it out. How does that work from a mechanics perspective if it's no longer a BMR sale of a unit?
There is a condition of approval that was added, a project-specific condition of approval that essentially will, should that occur, require the applicant to, one, come in for the alternative means to merge the lots, because the lots would still need to be merged, and that can be done through a lot merger. However, it would then need to be a rental BMR unit, and there is a process that the Housing Division has identified for that. And that project-specific condition of approval ensures that, should that happen, they would still be required and go through all of the necessary checks to ensure that that's done appropriately. And it would likely need to go back to the Housing Commission to then approve the rental BMR agreement and the mechanisms for that.
So in this context is all post-completion. Project gets done, we've got these nice houses, 6 months into it, the house hasn't moved, they want to go out and rent it, then the mechanics are such that nothing that's been done can be undone. It's just this particular unit, simply put, flips from a BMR sale to a BMR rental. Is that effectively it? Because the entitlements are already in place, the subdivision's already taken place, all of those pieces have already run through the cycle, but it's now a rental. How is it you go back and claw back, or does it just become a rental and that's fine with the procedure as well?
So maybe just as a point of clarification, in this hypothetical scenario, everything has been built, and there's trouble finding someone to occupy the BMR unit, to buy the BMR unit?
So if I can understand the mechanics correctly, the way you're phrasing that response, once it gets designated as a for-sale BMR unit, then the project proceeds, the entitlements, the building permit, CFO is issued, and now you've got a freestanding unit which is unoccupied. At that point, is it sourced out to a third party like Hello Housing, who in turn proceeds to sell it irrespective of the wishes of the applicant? Is that?
Yes.
Did I get that correctly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there is no turning back the clock because there will be a conveyance of deed to whatever the entity is that's going to hold the deed for it.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Riggs.
I have a follow-up to that line of questioning through the chair to staff.
Yes, please.
If someone qualified purchases the BMR and then decides that their commute is too long after all, or their job moves, can they turn around and rent out that BMR which is theirs? And if so, are there any restrictions on the rental?
I do not believe that that's allowed. There are restrictions that are outlined in the below market rate housing program, and then part of the administration, which I think is handled by Hello Housing, kind of talks about that. You also similarly couldn't do short-term rentals, so you can't buy a BMR unit and then put it on Airbnb.
Mr. Kale.
Thank you. I had one more design question regarding house number 1, if we could look at that front rendering again. Yeah, that one. That works. I'm just looking at the front, the house in the bottom left, house number 1, which is a 2-story wall, and then there's a lower roof that stops on the left and a lower roof that stops on the right coming from the porch. Mm-hmm. Is there a way we can connect that lower roof to break up that 2-story mass?
Well, there's a guy next door that it already does. So it's one of the differences. So number 2, the roof goes all the way across. Number 1, it does not.
I see that.
Okay.
It looks
I
a
can
little
make 'em all the same.
disjointed.
Yeah, I can make them all the same. But that's why it's just a belly band instead of a roof, and then number 2 has the roof. So it's just a way of making them different. I can still put a roof across that, it's just an overhang. Yeah.
You know, that would be my preference, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone else has a strong feeling either way.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
It's just a mechanism.
Thank you. So with that, I will put a pause in, seeing no other lights on, I will proceed now to open public comment. I have one public comment card. It's from a Mr. Peter Colby. And if you'd come forward. Calling that, I have no other public comment cards. If you would like to give public comment on this particular issue, please come forward now, submit a card, and we'd love to hear from you. Good evening, Mr. Colby. You have 3 minutes. Please state your political jurisdiction or organization.
I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I live across the street from the project at 726. The same builder has redeveloped the next door lot from where I live at 712. The image he's been showing for the single unit on the screen is a unit he built down the street in the late 800 section, and that is a double lot with 2 houses. Those were immediately bought by Stanford and held for faculty housing, and they're not occupied at the present time, even though they've been there, I think, a couple of years. But what I wanted to point out is I looked at the drawings. There's a lot of these AC units he put next to us at 712 that are quite noisy at night. There's a lot of electricity being used to cool these kind of houses. And so that's one issue. With this many houses all jammed together, there's going to be quite a few noisy units at night. What he didn't specify, speaking to you, the architect, was that he said these units had 3.5 baths. He never mentioned that the drawings show 5 baths in each unit. 2 baths and a laundry are below ground on the drawings, on each unit. I've read in the report that on page 7 it says they should comply with the requirements of all the building division and the engineering department. And we have this type of main line for the sanitary district on our street that gives a lot of problems to the homes because there's not as much slope as in many neighborhoods. I've talked to the West Bay Sanitary a number of times about it. The water doesn't flow really fast because it's a very gentle slope. The main line is quite shallow, maybe 5 feet below the pavement. I don't know where all these pumps are going to be, but I've seen the sewer pumps in homes that are far away from the downstream main line. But to actually bring it up the hill into the main line, that's a new accomplishment in my book. So your engineering department, somebody should, go into these plans and not mess up the neighborhood's sanitary health conditions. That's mainly my points. There was 5 units in each of these small units. There's an AC unit on each of them outside. You probably wouldn't want to leave your windows open at night for cool air and get a breeze. There's a laundry in the basement. That's the only place they placed the laundry in all of these homes. And I'm not satisfied with this builder because they made a big mistake next door to us. They didn't even know it had a basement when they demolished the house. The excavator told me with a joke in his tone that he had to charge another $25,000 to get a wrecking ball and swing it with his excavator. He took a wet wrecking ball to break the basement with a wrecking ball because he wasn't expecting to find a basement under this nice Tudor house that was at 712.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colby. If anyone else would like to give public comment, please come forward. Having no other cards, I am going to close public comment for this agenda item, bring it back up to the dais for additional planning commissioner comment. Commissioner Kale.
Thank you. I'll start off. So it's great that we have 9 units proposed here, and by my quick count, we're going from 12 existing bedrooms to 30, so we're increasing a lot of housing that way. Regarding the 4 recommendation items that we're looking at, I don't have a problem with those. I think we can group those together. The only one I wonder about is the major subdivision, and if that's a direction that Menlo Park wants to go, where we're taking smaller lots and combining them to larger lots and then subdividing again into condominiums. I think the mixture of the 3 styles is a good approach. The paving is kind of crazy, and I'd like to see a condition that we look at squeezing out any kind of landscaping we can in pockets or along the sides to help soften this. Specific things like the corner boards I mentioned should be painted out, in my opinion, to match the main color. Units 7 and 8, I would also have a preference to making it look like one unit. And then my comment about the lower eave, the lower roof line on house number 1. The staff had the table of materials in the report, and I agree with pretty much all of those, except the shutters. I would just like to see the shutters go away rather than try to have a fake-looking shutter, rather than add more of them. And the decorative wood railings, like we look at this rendering in the middle house, house number 2, they seem a little too gingerbready, like they belong on a Victorian house rather than a farmhouse. That may be my opinion. And then I agree that the Craftsman 3 houses, there should be some consistency in having planter boxes on all 3 of those, and also some consistency on the farmhouse doors, the front door and the garage door. But I would recommend approval.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So I would echo what Commissioner Kell just said. I think that one of the only ways that I believe that we are going to get significant additional quality housing in this particular neighborhood, and our hopes for any BMR in this neighborhood as well, is to do something like this. And that I am fine with all of the resolutions. So I would second this project for approval.
I don't believe we've a first. Yours is not a first yet.
Was yours a first? Oh, well then I will make a motion to approve this project.
With any, this is so to set the level, it's a major subdivision, so we will be making recommendations to the City Council on these 4 points that are called out in the staff report. So
yes, I would say I have no issues with any of the 4 that we approve as is, as written,
okay.
For the staff report.
Okay. So we have a first from Commissioner Kennedy for the recommendations as called out on the first page of the staff report, in effectively an as-is condition. Commissioner Doran.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask the staff about the encroachment question. So the architect mentioned that they'd be open to doing some landscaping there on the sides. I'd like to explore what's possible. As drawn, they have, on some of these units, 2 light wells with a deck in between, and they have stepping stones between the light wells and the property line. So there's really no place for any landscaping on the side lots here. What could they do with, without, requiring to redraw the whole plan to eliminate the light wells? I mean, what's possible here in terms of landscape screening?
If I may direct it to the architect, who may have a better sense of what is possible from the design side of things. From a zoning ordinance requirement standpoint, and related requirements, the only real consideration as far as setbacks for landscaping is for things like heritage tree replacements and tree plantings. The city arborist would need to review a planting plan to make sure that a tree isn't going to be put in a situation where it can't succeed, so to speak.
But our landscaper does a traditional 3.5 foot walk. We don't need that. This is just access around the light wells. So we can skinny that up to just a narrower 2 foot series of stepping stones close to the light well, so that between the fence and the stepping stones, you can get much more space. So right now it's running about 7 feet, I guess, a little less, 6.5 feet. So with 2 foot of walkway, the rest can be some landscape, and 4 foot should do it.
Can we amend the application to provide for that and provide for landscape screening there?
Yeah. And say narrow walkway, stepping stones or whatever, and increase the amount of landscaping to be 4 feet wide for privacy screening plants.
Okay, well, if we can make that change, then I would support the motion and second the motion.
Okay, let me do a little procedural on that. So that is related to the architectural control, and you are, Commissioner Doran is, as part of the recommendation, the City Council stipulating, I'm sorry, if you could repeat that again?
Yeah, with respect to number 3 on the recommendation, the use permit for the excavation within the required left side setbacks. I'm not concerned really with the rear setback. That the architect alter the plans to provide for narrower walkway and plantings between the walkway and the lot line.
Okay. Thank you. That'll reference both 1 and 2, architectural control and use permit. Okay, got it. Question to the applicant. I don't see in here landscaping plan per se. What am I missing here?
I think it's past the civil stuff.
It is.
It's
The
only
very
2
last
pages,
one.
I think.
Okay, I'll look at that for a moment.
L1.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
L1. Commissioner Kennedy, you have additional comment? No. Commissioner Kale.
I would just ask, relating to the landscape, the maker, if we can add a condition to have the applicant increase the landscaping as much as possible, and using some creative ways, such as, where there's a 2 foot overhang at the front, we can cut that back so we don't need to pave every part of the parking area. Those kind of things. I'd like to see if we can.
I'm fine with that.
So if the proposer, Commissioner Kale, can you give a little bit more meat to the mechanics of that? What the outcome say a little more about the outcome you're looking for, and the mechanics as to whether it's staff working with the applicant, and would it be a recirculation of some type of?
That would be working with staff, not necessarily coming back to us at all. And then, I don't want to dictate it, but coming up with creative ways to work with the fire department requirements, but still look at what we can do to increase the overall landscaping on the project site.
And just because clarity is also always helpful, do you have can you give any more indication when you say landscaping? Is it shrubbery, is it trees, is it perennials, is it what?
Anything.
Anything, okay. Looking at staff, Mr. Paz, do you have a sense of what that might look like to work with the applicant to increase the landscaping per se on the project? And do you need any more definition around that?
I think a little bit of clarification could be helpful. We are limited in the width, but perhaps if there's an example of a creative solution that would kind of get us going in a direction.
And Mr. Kale, not to put you on the hot spot, the direction's always helpful.
Of course. So as I mentioned, where the minimum parking, uncovered parking spaces exist, we don't necessarily need to landscape we don't need to pave those entire areas. There's usually an overhang in front of the front tires. Other jurisdictions will allow you to landscape those areas, and then I just look at a sea of paving. So wherever we can come up with some pockets that can add to that, such as back in the right corner where Unit 9 is, there's a paving all the way to the far corner. Maybe there's lots of little areas like that where we can cut back and reduce some of the paving in order just to soften the site.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Great. Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. I realize we have a motion and a second, but I have not had a chance to make some observations and comments, so if you'll bear with me.
Please do.
I think, frankly, I only had one significant comment, and that has already been raised by one of the other speakers, and I have to admit I agree with several comments that have been made. What looms large to me is the point brought up by Commissioner Kale, where the duplex units are in two different styles. And that there are a couple of reasons why I am hesitant to accept the logic that by making them two different styles, they can be two different buildings. And that works certainly on 19th Avenue in San Francisco, where everything is ganged up, but we really only have two connected buildings here, and it's not typical on Partridge to see that. The other is the fact that it's, got that view angle right down this 24-foot wide driveway, and that's what you see are the two disjointed styles. Add to that the fact that the proportions of the buildings are identical, and it's a symmetrical building which has gone through a divorce, and one party is determined to have green with brown accents. So I find that awkward. I can offer a couple of solutions, but of course would prefer that the architect be comfortable with what he does. So, Mr. Hartman, if you would perhaps speak to the possibility of either making the two garages the same color or paint scheme, and it doesn't have to be one of the schemes that belongs to the building, or to make them the same architecture but subtly different colors, so that it's recognized that it is a single building.
Well, that's what I'm trying not to do.
I understand.
I don't want it to be
I understand you
recognized.
want to be able to sell Unit 8 as if it's all by itself.
We are going to.
And as a condo unit, you are. But you're part of the shared street.
Yeah.
And so I'd be happy to see whatever, to hear any other solution. For example, the garages could look like a third party, and the two units could look independent, but the garages could be a pair of garages.
That brings a third style in?
In effect, you would pick something that worked subtly with both without having to be heavily one style or the other, and I think probably most easily with a neutral paint color, meaning neither the green nor the celery.
Well, let's see. The porches are very different. After that, they are very similar. But I want them very different styles. What I could do is switch the Craftsman number 9 and number 7. So I can put the Craftsman at number 9 and then put the Farmhouse over here. But we kind of distributed them. The reason why is the Farmhouse has a more similar styling, more similar siding, more muted colors, lighter than what the Craftsman has. So that way they won't be quite so starkly different. But I did mix these up on purpose so that each row of 3 has all 3 styles.
Right.
So I kind of don't like to do that, but that is the possibility that the colonial and the farmhouse are more similar than the Craftsman and the other two. And that way they would be a little more similar. And the colors, I'd still want them different. Styles, I'd still want it different. The offset, even though it's not as big an offset as I'd like. But I'm trying to sell 9 homes rather than, oh, that one's a duplex and it's identical and everybody else gets, a unique home. I want them all to be unique, even though the garages touch, which I thank the fire department for.
Yes, I understand. I think that's potentially a good solution. I would be interested to hear Mr. Kale and Ms. Kennedy's comments on that solution as well. And then I would like to second the request to paint out the corner boards, which you were amenable to. So if the maker could include that in the motion. And then finally, in the matter of trees, I fully support that and had been looking all around your site plan. And I feel like there may be 3 locations that have possibilities. One would be in the landscape areas around Lightwell or between Lightwell and Porch, adjacent to that wide driveway. I think that would be a wonderful place. And that might help you ultimately with how your driveway looks.
And she can do some trees that don't get real huge.
Right.
But, looking at this, all of the open parking spaces can probably be backed into the driveway more to the limit of my turning radius. So if you go to A1, you see that turning radius. I could back each of these open parking in towards the driveway, which opens up landscaping at the nose of the parked cars. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
think that's available.
If that works for you, so that you can get something.
That'll reduce my paving, increase landscape area. I just can't get it too tight because I want them to be able to back out of the dang thing.
Right. Well, I wasn't even going to
engineering
suggest that. I was just going to suggest plop a tree between wherever there are cars face to face, and you've done that in one location, like among units 2, 3, 5, 6, but not among units 5, 6, 8, 9, where possibly a couple of trees could go in there. And I'm just throwing out, potential locations. Behind number 8, a so-called patio tree would fit. And then my fellow commissioners have heard me recommend this before, where you've got nothing left in the way of landscape space, like along the right edge of the property, you can plant a vine like grevillea, which clings to the fence, gets quite woody. If you don't trim it, can get quite tall and has significant purple flowers almost year-round.
Yeah, she has that called out, redwood fence with flowering vines and the name of them along driveway.
Oh, very good.
So she already planned on covering up that fence. Fences are fantastic trellises.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So I guess I'm only asking, and thank you for that, Mr. Hardman. I guess I'm only asking the maker if we could include the amenable reaction about painting out the corner boards. And really the rest was trees.
So your only request is...
Let me
Okay.
clarify. Thank you. So we've got those from Commissioner Riggs. I'm going to go back before we go to the maker to the seconder. And the seconder had some other, because I want to make sure we've got a comprehensive list of what it is that's being sought as additional recommendations to the staff report. Mr. Kale, you had other points as it relates to items, be it fencing and the like. Are you adding any, or are you holding with where you are?
I'm not adding any.
Okay, so with that clear, Commissioner Riggs is going to the maker and asking specific to, we had two things. We had corner boards, which I don't think I've explicitly heard the maker agree upon, and the tree additions that we just discussed.
So yes, I am amenable to painting out the corner boards and to the trees. But you had mentioned some others, but I guess you've moved on from the two houses, the swapping, we're moved on from that.
Yes, and then the applicant seemed amenable to, if we asked, to swapping out the front unit with a rear unit on the left row, which I guess still keeps you having 3 different types on the left, in order to minimize the difference between those 2 units at the end. And again, I was interested in both your view of the potential success of that and Mr. Kale.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So in terms of the swapping out of the 2 units, the styles of the houses, so the one will be swapped with 7? 7 and 9 will be swapped. I'm fine with that. And
7 and 9, not 1 and 7, but 7 and 9.
Right, 7 and 9.
Oh, okay.
So generally speaking, whatever I would, the result of this, I do not want to encumber any of the properties with something that makes it difficult for the property to sell, or that then, upon the house being purchased, necessitates or demands of the owner to completely redo the outside of the building to give it its own personality, which then creates a 10th profile in the space, which I don't think anybody wants. So I'm fine with swapping out 7 and 9.
Looking to the seconder.
Yeah, I think that helps a lot. I think Commissioner Riggs hit the nail on the head that you see those 2 back houses right down the driveway. So swapping out the back 2 helps, so I'm fine with that.
Okay.
We're talking about swapping out style, not anything else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to look to staff now, Mr. Paz. How are we doing, and do you need clarification?
It would be helpful if you could repeat the conditions in full.
Great. I'll go macro, and then if, because each one of these had their own pieces to it, I may have to refer back to the individuals, but we'll start with, it's a first by Commissioner Kennedy, second by Commissioner Kale, by Commissioner Doran, It was, you were the second, weren't you? I'm sorry, I was looking to Commissioner Kale. The second is from Commissioner Doran. Thank you for that. So along with that, pursuant to that, we had Commissioner Doran with comments as it relates to landscaping, and it was the light wells, and it was the additional landscaping related to the light wells. We good on that?
Yes,
Good.
reducing the path around the light well and adding additional landscaping, correct?
Great. So that's the first piece. Second piece is we look to Commissioner Kale. Commissioner Kale had specific landscaping comments as well. Do we need additional clarification from Commissioner Kale on that?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Kale. One more time.
Increasing the amount of landscaping as much as possible, using reduced paved at uncovered parking areas, areas that are not specifically required for parking or for fire access, any pockets that are possible to increase the overall amount of landscaping, whether that's trees, bushes, or anything else.
And if I may, just for clarification, is that meant to include the areas that were mentioned by Commissioner Riggs near the light well railing, but off of the parking area?
Commissioner Dornan, but yes, correct.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify one thing on the light wells. Really looking for trees between the light wells and the property line, not just any landscaping, not just shrubs, because the point is to screen it from the neighboring properties.
So that, I'll look to staff, landscape, access issues that would, as I read the plans, create disruption to the path as it's called out on the sides. Is that your intent?
Well, the architect was going to move the pathways closer to the light wells to accommodate that.
Okay. Okay.
Through the chair. So my understanding is the condition added by Commissioner Doran is to reduce the width of the path on the left side. So this would be for units 4 and unit 1, and add landscape trees between the path and the property line on the left. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. And then from there we proceeded. Commissioner Riggs had corner boards, which had previously come up from Commissioner Kale, and that's okay with the maker and the seconder, corner boards. And then we had the additional discussion, we had the swapping, I'll go to that, which is swapping 7 and 9. We had that. And then lastly, we had Commissioner Riggs talking about trees, and I'm a little bit fuzzy on what that was. Do we have any, could you just re-articulate that?
I think that was largely in support of the other comments regarding trees. I took the opportunity to mention woody vines on the fence, which I had not noticed are already in the plan. So that wouldn't be a fourth point.
Okay, so specific to trees, not, got it, okay. I believe I have captured everything. I'm going to look to staff. Are there anything you need additional clarifications on?
No, I think we got it. Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to look to my fellow commissioners for any additional comments. And seeing none, the motion by Kennedy, seconded by Doran, is to make a recommendation to City Council, looking at the first page of the staff report, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and to make a resolution to the council that they make the necessary findings and approve the proposed project with the amendments as offered to the recommendation. With that, I will call for a motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Let the record show that Commissioners Tate, Doran, Riggs, Barnes, Kennedy, DeCarty, and Kale all voting yes. That is unanimous. Congratulations. Thank you for coming. And thank you to my fellow commissioners for working through that. Which will bring us now to the second item on tonight's public hearing agenda. And this is for item F2. This is a conditional development permit amendment and environmental review for the Facebook West Campus Hotel. This is a request for an amendment to a conditional development permit, a CDP, approved in November 2016 and amended and restated in November 2017 to increase the number of hotel rooms and decrease the number of parking spaces associated with a previously approved hotel use. The proposed approximately 90,243 square foot, 5-story hotel with a surface parking lot would consist of 240 rooms, a restaurant, and hotel amenities. The modifications to the CDP include a request to increase the approved number of hotel rooms from 200 to 240 rooms, decrease the number of on-site parking spaces from 245 to 218 parking spaces. A shared parking agreement between the hotel use and the other site occupant, Facebook, would be incorporated into the proposed project as part of the parking reduction request. The proposed modifications would continue to comply with the floor area ratio, building coverage, and maximum height limits of the previously approved CDP. The proposed CDP amendment would also incorporate a request to permit a wall permit wall-mounted art on specific locations of the proposed hotel building facades. The City Council certified the Environmental Impact Report, EIR, as part of its approval of the project in November 2016, and subsequent project revisions were previously analyzed for consistency with the certified EIR through the Facebook Campus Expansion Project Addendum. First addendum. The currently proposed revisions have been analyzed for consistency with the certified EIR and the second addendum. The analysis in the second addendum found that the proposed revisions associated with the hotel would not result in new impacts or an increase in the severity of the previously identified impacts. Whew. I need some water after that. Good evening, Ms. Meador. How are you?
Good evening, Commissioners. So Chair Barnes gave a very thorough description of the project, but I'd just like to add that you will be the recommending body to the City Council on this item. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add. The applicant has a detailed presentation to give you tonight, but I'd also be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Doran.
So by increasing the number of rooms in this hotel, is that going to require a decrease in the number of rooms for other hotels in this project, the Facebook expansion project?
So this is the only hotel in the Facebook Campus Expansion Project. Do you mean the Facebook?
There's one at Willow Village.
The Willow Village.
So is that's not under the same cap?
It would be under the same cap, but it's a different project. It's not part of the Facebook expansion project. But Facebook could either choose to go through additional environmental review to increase the cap or to permit the additional hotel rooms beyond the cap, or they could revise their project to meet the current hotel cap.
And what is the total aggregate cap between the two hotels proposed?
So the total we have on file right now is 457, but that's split between three projects: this hotel, Facebook Willow Village, and Hotel Moxie.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner DeCardi.
Yeah, it's a follow-up on the same question. I think the numbers on page 6 of the staff report, the second paragraph from the bottom, reads that the proposed projects as approved, the total number of remaining hotel rooms under the development cap would be 360. City currently has a total of 457 under review. Then says the additional 57 hotel rooms would ultimately need to be studied through additional environmental review. Wouldn't that be 97 at this point?
So it's only saying 57 because that would be the 57 over the cap. So the other hotels would be within the cap and wouldn't need the additional environmental review.
I'm sorry to be dense. So and I suppose it doesn't matter because the same principle applies, but doesn't it just say, I'm just trying to do the math on what's written. Under the development cap, there would, if this project goes through, then there would be 360 remaining spaces. And it says right now that it has a total of 457 under review. But that could be me being dense, so.
So there is a cap right now of 400 rooms. So those have already had some level of environmental review through the general plan. So that's where this project's approved. You have the 40 that are taken from the cap, and then you have a remaining 360 that are allowed under the cap. A project may come in and require some environmental review associated with that project, but it wouldn't be triggered necessarily just by the hotel rooms. However, the 57 that are beyond the 400 would require additional environmental review just to allow those hotel rooms.
Excuse me. So as we get started, just to reset the table, we are recommending body. This is on the amendment to the second amended and restated CDP, conditional development permit. And the three things we are focused on this evening is increasing the number of hotel rooms from 200 to 240, decreasing the number of on-site parking spaces from 245 to 118, and lastly, point number 3, architectural control approval process for the large-scale exterior artwork. Those are the three parts of the conditional development permit that are looking to be amended this evening, and that's what we will focus on. Seeing no additional lights, clarifying questions of staff, we will proceed now to hear from the applicant. Good evening, welcome, and tell us what's going on.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for having us again. My name is Ernest Lee. I'm with Citizen M, and together with my colleagues, we'll provide a brief update to our project since our last study session this past July. Before we get there, we thought it'd be helpful to everyone to do a quick refresh on our concept and other relevant background to the project. Citizen M is a 12-year-old company that was founded in the Netherlands. Our main goal is to be a long-term hotel owner, operator of urban lifestyle hotels. What we do is simple. We provide high-design hotels with great service and experience at an affordable price point. About 3 years ago, Facebook initiated an RFP process to select a hotel developer for this site as part of their West Campus expansion. The structure will have Citizen M as a 100% owner and operator who will enter into a long-term ground lease with Facebook. The restaurant will also be leased back to Facebook, who will then appoint a restaurant operator. The decision to modify the CDP was made after studying the hotel demand patterns in this area, in addition to factoring the physical limitations of the site. What resulted is not just a request that it possesses the appropriate scale in order to make the project feasible, but also a major reduction in the number of people going back and forth to hotels in other cities around the peninsula, as well as greater TOT than originally projected. In addition, the amenities in the restaurant are not intended to be just for hotel guests, but also provide variety and choice for this part of the city. So moving on to the current status of the project. Since our last study session in July, we used that feedback to work with staff in the fall to revise a project proposal. In December, we finalized the second addendum to the EIR, where no significant impacts were identified. Concurrent to that period, we also engaged in community outreach with a variety of stakeholders in Menlo Park. One of the events we hosted was an open house at the Bellhaven Community Center in October, where about a dozen members from the community were in attendance. We discussed Citizen's views on environmental and social responsibility, our local hiring efforts, amenities, including the restaurant, parking, traffic, and future ways we could be a good neighbor, such as a special room discount and other programming features that we could offer at the hotel. We also met with JobTrain to discuss our local hiring strategy, how we source talent in underserved populations in other cities where we've developed projects, in addition to having initial conversations to set a framework for how we will work together and, more importantly, how we will measure success together. Lastly, one of the pieces of feedback and follow-up from the study session was establishing a framework for a shared parking arrangement. As previously mentioned, we have physical site limitations within the site. So what we will have is 100 spaces on site that will have priority for guests at the hotel and restaurant, and 127 spaces in the adjacent garage, which will be for overflow and employees. This is what's required, but we believe that we will actually use well below what will actually be factored in as part of the zoning requirement. With that said, I will hand it over to my colleague, Nils. We'll go over the design.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Neil Sanderson. I'm with the Design Department at Citizen M. So just to give you a brief recap since our last meeting in July about the project, it's a 5-story, 90,000 square foot, 200-key hotel. Just to orient you with the image you're looking at here, this is facing north. The intersection of Chilco and Bayfront is at the top center of the page. So following our discussion in the previous workshop, today we'd like to come back with a little bit more information. We've discussed the CDP amendments. We received feedback about looking for more information specifically about site circulation, shading elements, and the modular construction, so we'll go through some more of that right now. As we mentioned, we're going to 240 over the approved 200, but we're doing it in a much smaller building than had been approved. So of the 175,000 square feet approximately approved, we're getting to more keys in less building bulk, but also in a lower height, and not affecting the trip cap, and we've discussed the parking. So the site here is on the far northwestern corner of the Facebook campus. As I mentioned, at the intersection of Chilco and Bayfront. It's really, as we understand it, kind of a special and place within Menlo Park as a kind of gateway into the residential community, a place where there is a kind of radical shifting of speeds and scales. So there's a degree of sensitivity required by the building in order to mediate that transition from Bayfront into the residential area. The building massing, as we've laid it out in this kind of kinked bar, really is a kind of negotiation of many of the site constraints. There's a PG&E easement along that black dotted line, which pushes our building to the south. Additionally, we have a fire lane to the west and required access into the site along the south. So the building's really shoehorned into the southeastern corner of the site. Now, to get as much building as we would like and to try and fit that in, we've kinked the bar, which allows us to actually maximize the amount of open space we're providing, which is another important value for us and for this project. That kinking also does a number of things for us on a building scale. It breaks down the massing. It provides different views. It changes the profile as you move around the building, but it also provides clear wayfinding at the building scale in terms of the hotel entry to the left, lower left, and the restaurant entry to the upper right. In terms of site access, the building is well connected to many of the site improvements that are happening along Chilco. There's pedestrian access from the north and south, pre-security. We're also connected to the bike lanes, the new bike lanes that are along Chilco, and also the bike path, the dedicated path along Bayfront. In terms of vehicular access from the north and south, the approach is by turning into Facebook Way, where Constitution becomes Facebook Way. There's a one-way ingress and one-way egress right around the drop-off area, or you continue to the northern end of the site for self-parking. Also, if demand is exceeded, we're developed a shared parking agreement where staff of either restaurant or hotel in blue could use the Facebook parking facility, or if patron demand exceeds that, then we have valet, and then in purple indicates how you would, as a pedestrian, circulate back to the hotel. So to walk you through how that looks from a guest experience, from the public as you're circulating to the site, it's the approach from Chilco. As you can see, the landscaped parking, surface parking to the north, the conference room mass that activates that northern side, and then the egress stair, which becomes a design feature, and the public artwork facing that way. This is a view from Constitution, and here in the foreground you can see our connection to the pedestrian walkways, which would then allow you to access, you cross the street up by where those cars are. And then you're beginning to see where the entrance is too, and then where the building mass is lifted up off the ground as that covered entryway gathering space for the entrance. And a closer look at that area, where you can see the drop-off to the right, the entry into the hotel, artwork again underneath the building, and the clear activation of that space as a kind of welcoming way to get back from the parking to the entrance. And then this is right at the hotel entry. So if you're getting dropped off or getting picked up, you can see the Citizen M logo right in front of you. You've got a landscaped wall that provides privacy from the vehicles to the backyard space to the right. And again, our connection to the bicycles. And I'm sorry, if you could just go back for a second. You can see here, it's actually a little bit difficult to see. Right behind that car to the left would be the bicycle parking for the hotel, right front and center. Okay, next. Additionally, looking at ways to alleviate and mitigate some of the queuing that would happen at that intersection between Facebook Way and Chilco. We've added an access at the northeastern corner of the site, which would be specifically for deliveries and service vehicles. And then also at that northeast corner of the site, this is the entry to the restaurant area. So landscaped walkways, views through and under the building, and active storefronts where you enter the building. So one of the other topics of discussion from our workshop was shading, and if we were to provide any exterior shading to this building, we went back and looked at the impact of direct solar exposure of the building and on the site, and found a few things. Basically, because of the way the building is oriented, over 50% of the rooms, all the ones that face to the north, do not receive direct solar exposure. So we're really concerned about what's happening on the southern elevation. And so looking at those elevations, you can see the direct solar exposure is limited to kind of the middle of the day, and really between March and September in terms of the year. But it really is a kind of limited aspect of it, so that central portion of the building. So we go down from 50% to more in the range of 30 to 35 that receives direct solar exposure during the middle of the day. And then our further studies was that this was mitigated, and our understanding of this was really about energy use and energy loading on the building. There's a bit of a happy coincidence in the exposure in that our rooms are at their lowest occupancy during this moment of highest exposure, so between checkout and check-in, where we have the technology of our rooms allows us to, as soon as somebody checks out, the shades are drawn, the temperature raises to a much higher level than it would be with any occupant. So we're automatically reducing the energy load within those rooms during the highest exposure period. So that would be one mitigating factor. And the other thing that we did look at was because these rooms are angled, and the bars of them are angled in different ways, were we to try and mitigate it with some kind of exterior feature, would require a different geometry on every face. And this would undermine what we're trying to do with our modular delivery. So in terms of the modular delivery, you can see on the left-hand side, this is how the room types and the module types are laid out for the kind of increased efficiency of one factory-built unit, as many of them as possible. And that unit is shown on the right. It's 2 rooms ganged together with a bit of corridor in between. It's approximately 8 feet wide by 55 feet long. So one of the efficiencies is really in terms of timing. So as the site work is going to be prepared, and there is considerable site work to be done here, we're raising the ground level to 2 feet above the FEMA floodplain. So while the site work and the foundations are being laid, these units are being fabricated in a factory, and then they're shipped over and installed on site. So there's the efficiency of overlapping processes, but also greatly cuts down on our site time. And when they are assembled and stacked on site, part of the very specific engineering, not of just of these modules, but of these modules here in this location, is to account for their seismic loading, which does necessitate that they be stacked in this strict vertical conformance, and then also at the facade so that we have a direct facade connections so the building becomes watertight as it's being stacked. So there was a discussion about how articulated this grid could be, and it really is a very functional reason as to why they look like that. So this, of course, has a direct aesthetic impact, which we embrace. It's caused by its manufacturing and its installation logic. It's also a very direct expression of its use. But really more than that, it's part and parcel of the sustainability ethos of the project. So the reduced site time, the reduced construction waste, these all greatly contribute to the sustainability of the building as a whole. It will allow us to get gold, LEED, hopefully better. We're very concerned about the impact on the site, and we've been working also with an environmental consultant to make sure that other environmental conditions are mitigated, such as the use of bird-safe glass, to control any light pollution or light spill, to make sure we're not putting any undue or unnecessary light back into the environment, and also just by creating as much outdoor space for public use and enjoyment as possible. And this is how we see that public space, that outdoor space, as being activated as a real community backyard that extends the hotel lobby, kind of communal living room, into a communal backyard where we'll have informal seating, light recreation, and dining possibilities. And this gives you a kind of palette of references as to the look and feel of that space. The materials, warm materials, textured materials, things that break down the scale of it. We're also working with a landscape architect based locally in San Francisco to develop native landscapes. So trees, shrubs, ground covers that would be found here that are environmentally appropriate for the climate and conditions. And so we look forward to your questions, and we look forward to being part of the community and hosting you all for a night. So thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas, I'll ask for any clarifying questions from commissioners. Are there any clarifying questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kale.
And question for the chair: Are our review comments specific to the items, or can we also speak or ask about the overall design as well?
Thank you for that. I was thinking about that as well. Yes, we can go backwards, and feel free to ask some questions about the design as well. The focus of yes. So the short answer.
Great, thank you. I have a few questions about the design then. So one of the items is about the art, and looking at the, I'll have to look at one of the renderings, but on the right side, the artwork that piece there, I think, yes. That's not really visible from Bayfront Expressway. That's facing a parking garage, more or less, isn't it?
Well, it's facing mostly the street, and our intention in terms of citing the artwork on that location is that we think this will be a very public thoroughfare. So more so, really placing it at the threshold. So not so much on Bayfront Expressway, which in any case would be more difficult because those are the rooms and the glazed surfaces, that it's really about when people turn off of Bayfront, enter Chilco, are entering the residential portion and the neighborhood portion, that there is let's say, a community amenity welcoming them.
Could we look at a site plan?
Sure.
For this? I could see how the other mural, if that's what we're calling that, is visible from Bayfront Expressway, from Chilco.
So it would be...
But the one on the right is it's more or less facing a parking garage.
I think there's some...
Sorry.
Maybe I'm not...
The left.
Clear. It's on the... it would be on the left-hand side of this...
That one's very visible, yes. I'm talking about the one on the
Yes.
right. On the right side? Yes, over there. Isn't that one facing a parking garage?
Yes. Yeah. And that is actually... I think the intention is to just have it on Chilco.
Okay, I'm confused. All right, I'll look at that again.
And the second, there are two. There's a second that would be, if you go to the next slide, sort of in this public area underneath that raised mass, facing back towards the entrance.
So that area I was going to ask about. So the artwork in there, is that also subject to the review that will be considering the
Correct.
artwork?
We would consider both of these as public art, and
Okay.
part of the same process.
Thank you. The open space, which is noted as the hotel terrace or the backyard, that's one of the amenities. Is that open 24/7 to the public?
I believe there will be hours of operation. I think that we would have to work with both the restaurant with which we share the space, but also in terms of operation and the safety and security and comfort of our guests to establish appropriate hours.
And there's there's sort of controlled access to that space.
There is open access. We would have to determine how the hours of that were set, but it's not in the typical situation where you would have to walk through the hotel to get to that. You can get to it from the exterior.
Okay. And I noticed in your presentation the entry to the restaurant is actually from the Bayfront side.
That's correct.
Is that okay? A question about design and spec. This is a great view. The entry is very sort of understated for the overall hotel. I mean, it seems like the main way you find that is through the circulation of the driveway and any signage. Is that intentional, that this is very understated?
Yes. Well, we don't feel like we need to make a huge sign, that the building acts on one level as its own kind of signage, but also that the maybe if we go to the next image, that as you're approaching, this would be your direct line of sight as you're driving towards the building. You would see that Citizen M in front of you, but also that the covered outdoor area would be an indication of this is where you park, get out, and go into the hotel.
Okay. And my last question is, I think part of the charm is that the modules, they'll be lit up at night in different areas, so there'll be some variety of what you see. On the opposite side, where there's staircases and elevators, how does that look at night? Will there be any light in those center areas?
Actually, would go to that night shot. Okay, so yeah, it's a little difficult to tell at this point, but so the main northern and southern exposures where you have the rooms are very much activated. The east and west side would be your, let's say, quiet sides, right? Which as you pointed out before, the east side facing the garage, maybe not in such need of activation or illumination, but also facing the street. I think that having moments of difference, or let's say articulation, places that are light versus places that are not, create the internal contrast where those places that are lit are more interesting.
My question is more about the north side, the side facing Bayfront Expressway.
Yes.
In the upper floors, there's the center section is elevators and a staircase and a linen.
Yeah, correct.
What do we see at night when are those areas lit at all, or is it just dark, or how does that work?
Well, those areas would be dark at this point. There's opaque walls behind them. We have a core, linen rooms. So yes, you would only see, let's say, where you see in this image the blinds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, sure.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So, question.
Yeah.
The backyard and the sort of public area in the back,
Yes.
is that a public amenity?
Yes.
So,
In terms of it is publicly accessible, right?
Right,
It
but is
will
it a
be
public benefit? That's
correct,
it
but
is public
there would be hours of operation, let's say, that are sort of working in line with the hotel.
Okay. And then the demand for this, I mean, the rooms are particularly small. It's a business hotel. I mean,
Yes.
I remember the first time I saw something like this going up was in Astor Place, and they were building sort of these little, rail car sized rooms,
Mhm.
for business. And so is that the demand that this is hitting? Is, the people who are coming in for 1 or 2 nights, that's it for business, and they're heading out?
Yeah, well, what we found when we were developing the concept for this hotel about 10 years ago is that there's a large group of travelers who don't spend a lot of time in their rooms. They're coming in, they're working, meeting, they're doing things all day. You might socialize in the evening, then you get to your room, you sleep, you get up, you leave. In terms of the waking hours you spent, it was a much smaller proportion. So we saw this as an opportunity to make a smaller room that works very efficiently, that really meets the needs of the guest while they're in it, but then to offer something in additional by using that space and that efficiency by having much bigger lobby spaces, much more communal public areas within the hotel. And that, in this case, we're able to take advantage of the site and the climate to extend that outdoors.
No, yes, and just down the block is the Hotel Nia that has all the amenities for people who are staying for long times. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So, point of clarification to Commissioner Kennedy. I think I heard your question being, is a space being provided as a public amenity? And I want to get clear about that. Is the public amenity nomenclature you're using specific to the GFA above base, of which 50% of that value gets contributed to public benefit? And I don't know that the applicant understood that question, and you have an opportunity to re-answer.
To clarify, this is not a public benefit.
Okay.
By defined term, this is open to the public as an extension of our lobby.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions. I'll start working backwards from the design for the applicant. So in the renderings and the elevations, the views are from the south, then the southwest, and the northwest. I've been looking for a rendering which gives me a view from the northeast. Mm-hmm. In other words, from Bayfront.
Is this the updated one?
And I sent the question to Ms. Miedo today.
Yeah, I understand that the question came up earlier today. So we did throw together very quickly a couple views that show the building, the massing, doing a quick drive-by along Bayfront. So bear in mind, these don't have the proper materials, but this is a correct perspective of the building and the orientation on site. So this would be the approach.
That infers some transparency to materials, is that? I'm sorry, keep going.
Yes, and so I'll just go through this. I think there's about 5 images that show. One thing that's quite striking is that the setback of the building from Bayfront Expressway. It is it is quite far back at this point because there is the PG&E easement, but then we also have surface parking, and then the amount of trees along the north side.
So here's the basis for that question, and what I'm trying to assuage in my own mind. And I'll do a compare and contrast. We recently had the project, Hotel Nia, which was built, and as you're going up 101, the front of the hotel, as it faces inward, has a nice siding and nice approach to it. The back of it, as you're on 101, you basically get, for lack of a better term, the buttocks of the building. You get service buildings. They are 1.5 levels. They're a different color than the hotel itself. Right. And then you have a parking structure which is at an interesting angle. It's quite angular in respect to the contours of the highway, and then you have an on-ramp and so forth. What I want to make sure we don't have here is, as you're coming down Bayfront, and you have deciduous trees in there, you have sycamores, right? So you're going to have, from Bayfront, you have surface parking, and then from surface parking, you look through the sycamores to the service buildings there. I was hoping to get some type of rendering to see what type of materials you were going to use on the exterior there, how it would be that those service buildings would integrate well into the facility itself.
Sure. And then maybe the view of the restaurant might show this a bit. So in terms of the building, the modules and the modular construction does us the favor in that the buildings from the north looks essentially the same as the building from the south, except for these opaque areas behind the core. So for the upper 4 floors, it's very much the same. The southern, the first floor that's rather set back, you can see the materiality of the areas, let's say, encasing the back of house, be this stucco material. But you can also see the landscape buffer that kind of softens that. To the right is the restaurant, which faces to the north, so there is a kind of activation of the north facade that would be the restaurant. But then also on the other side, there's the activation of the conference rooms. So that's, I think.
But this is all looking from the northwest. If you're looking from the northeast, is the perspective I'm trying to
right, the northeast, which would
simulate.
Be that arrow rotated.
Right, it rotates all the way
a little bit further.
Northeast.
Yeah, correct. In which case, you're actually looking sort of at the back of the restaurant.
Yes, but you also have if you look at the siting, you have the service building, which is effectively, I think, what is the bulk of the view as you're on Bayfront, looking from a northeasterly,
actually, could you
due north perspective.
Yeah, sure.
The ground floor. I'm speaking only with regards to the ground floor.
Yes, I do think one of the things that you'll have happen is that because that is a ground floor, and it is a tall ground floor, all of the layers of plantings and cars and plantings within those cars are going to serve to take your eye and really bring it up as you're driving at 30, 40, 50 miles per hour along Bayfront. So I do think that there is very much it is a 50-mile-an-hour building at its larger scale, and then when you're down at the pedestrian level, it doesn't have the same back-of-house quality. It is softened with a lot of landscaping and I think sensitivity to materials at a pedestrian level.
And how tall is that first floor in the back of the house?
That's 16 feet.
16 feet. And I'm sorry, the material treatment of it will be, what is this material?
So it's stucco, and there are two different colors. The mass that creates the back side of the restaurant is a champagne stucco, and this is a slightly darker gray that then works its way into the conference room volume with the mix of glass and stucco.
And with a 16-foot high ground floor, what height of landscaping are you contemplating? Like, what's a typical plant you could see buffering between bayfront and that back of the house.
So you're starting to get a series of different. Unfortunately, we don't have our landscape architect with us, but you will see a variety of at the low scale ornamental grasses that give way to larger scale shrubs and then taller trees. I would have to admittedly look at the plan to see exactly what we've provided.
Because I see where the live oaks.
Within the surface parking lot.
The sycamores.
Yeah, I know in the images that we have provided of the mid scale, taller than the ornamental grasses, but in the shrubs, I know we don't have all of those called out in this particular slide. They are in the appendix in the drawings that we provided in the landscape drawings, which we can pull up.
Okay, thank you. I'll put a pin in that. Thank you. Some questions. Thank you for that. Some questions as it relates to the parking. So if I go, so the hotel trips are governed by the trip cap associated with the expansion project. If I go to lunch at the restaurant and I park on site, is my trip counting towards Facebook's trip cap associated with the expansion project?
Yes.
It is. But you feel free to come forward. Thank you. And how in the world, how are you modeling non-Facebook employees frequenting the restaurant? What does your model look like? Is it how, because you have, I mean, obviously it's set for Facebook employees and the operation of a business. Tell me a little bit about what you did to model non-employees coming on site.
The assumptions that went into the original traffic analysis is that these were people coming from the outside. It really made no reduction for the synergies between all this business around and the restaurant. So there was a number of trips that were put into the original analysis for both the peak hours and for the daily trips that were assigned to the hotel. But it's really the responsibility of Facebook as the whole property. I mean, everything gets counted coming onto the site. So in terms of how many trips are generated by people walking over from the other buildings, that's not really the case. That's not monitored or measured. It's only the people that come in the driveway at Constitution.
Okay.
Facebook Way.
And for the record, would you please, for the record.
Robert Eccles from Fair and Piers. So.
Thank you, Robert. A couple more questions about parking. You might be the right person to direct this to. So the CDP originally required 245 parking spaces.
Correct.
And the hotel was originally scoped at 174,000 square feet. Now it's 90,000 square feet. Was there a linkage between, what was the linkage? Was it rooms to cars? Was it?
Rooms. Hotel parking is measured based on the number of rooms. And so at the time, the 245 was the city standard for the hotel rooms. And so that was how that was defined. I mean, we still, through the shared parking, they will be able to have up to 245 spaces. However, based on, we have a memo that we have submitted on shared parking, and on the current demand for hotels gone way, way down in terms of parking. So instead of being one or more cars per room, it's actually down to 0.3, 0.5, 0.6, like the hotels along El Camino, the business hotels, they're at 0.6 cars or less. So our projection for the actual demand for parking is way below the number that was required. We're really looking around about 130 spaces midday and maybe 170 to 190 spaces in the evening when the restaurant is active and you have more people driving to the restaurant and you have your hotel guests at the restaurant or at the hotel. So we don't, while the agreement between Citizen M and Facebook is for 245, practically they probably won't meet that parking demand. Because again, we don't know exactly how many of the hotel guests will be Facebook visiting the Facebook office as well. So that actually helps to reduce the overall demand as well.
Thank you. In the appendix, there is the joint parking agreement, the shared parking agreement. Mm-hmm. It references that the term of the agreement is coterminous with the underlying ground lease for the hotel. What is that primary term, and what are the options associated with the underlying ground lease?
That is where I stand down and I turn it over.
99 years total, no extensions.
It's a 99-year primary term with no extensions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question as it relates to the artwork. And this is Amendment K, 6.2. It's on page 4. And it references the Planning Commission's role in looking at the artwork. I'm not clear on what the community role is in this, and are there other places that are more specific that outside of the Planning Commission, this group and this group, or this is the process? Is it all in here, or does it reside somewhere else?
No, I think that we're looking to develop with staff a plan for how we can incorporate community feedback, kind of a communal approach, collaborative approach, that we would just work together to define what that process is. As I understand that it's not a process that's in place yet.
Okay, I'll have a further comment on that, but thank you for that clarifying point. That is it for my clarifying points. I see Commissioner Riggs' light is on, so Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you. I did want to follow up with Robert, if I may.
Yes.
So you noted that the parking requirements for hotels have trended down significantly.
Correct.
I'd like to just make sure that parking and traffic are distinct. Has there been a trend down in traffic as well?
That is, yeah, it's not necessarily been a trend down in terms of traffic.
You realize what I'm getting to, I think.
Yes. You're getting to TNCs, Uber, Lyft.
Well, I'm getting to Uber and Lyft, right, which are 2 trips per arrival and 2 trips per departure, yes.
Correct.
So as we trend down on parking, is there the possibility that we'll actually amp up a little bit in the case of traffic?
There is that possibility. But again, because you have the trip cap in place, that has to be managed, and it has to be managed between Facebook and the Citizen M. The one thing that's not really clear is how, because we have so many jobs and places that people need to go, what the difference of the person coming to the hotel, but then they can walk or tram around the site, as opposed to at a hotel off-site and coming to the site to visit. So there's having those people there so that they don't have to drive to the office, to their meetings and things that way. That's going to probably offset some of those additional trips. So it's...
Okay, so there'll probably a net increase in traffic, but not a dramatic one.
Correct.
Okay,
thank you. That's what we're thinking, because again, the synergy of those all that office and all those potential meetings.
It makes sense. Thank you.
I see no other lights on for clarifying questions, so at this point, I will call for public comment. I currently have no cards. Commissioner DeCardi, clarifying question? Yes, Commissioner DeCardi.
Yeah, can I come back to the artwork question? So on both sides of the buildings, there's the iconic red stairwell. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this side, facing Chilco, has artwork. Is there similar artwork on the other side?
No, there's
Thank
not.
you.
Commissioner Kale.
Thank you. I'm confused because I'm looking at sheet G02401, and I see the northwest elevation and the southeast elevation, and there's artwork proposed on both of those next to the staircase. Am I missing something?
Yeah, that's an error in the drawings.
Okay, so there's just one mural or panel.
Correct, on the building, and then the additional one underneath at the entryway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Kale, you weren't losing your mind. We have returned Mr. Kale sanity. Mr. Riggs.
Oh.
Great. Seeing no other lights, I'll call for public comment. As I stated a moment ago, I do not have any public comment cards. If you would like to give public comment on this issue, now's your time to come forward. Having no cards and seeing no one coming forward, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back up to the dais, and open up for additional comment. Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, thank you.
Bless you.
Having been introduced to modular construction and also into Scandinavian design and construction methods, I get a real kick out of seeing this happening in Menlo Park. Reading through this, I was a bit concerned that Citizen M would find it more difficult than imagined trying to duplicate the processes over here in California that are done in Scandinavia, and I understand now that you've solved that by shipping, which I think is a very good idea, even if it's unfortunate for perhaps local labor. It's not as if we have a huge number of unemployed. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Overall, I like the architecture, and I think I've said that before. And it's, I think, the right location to take a shot at this kind of building. You've heard my reservations about solar gain, and yeah, I know it's 30% of the day, but I mean, if the day is 12 hours and you've got 30% of that as your heat gain, you're fried. But you're making it work with the LEED Gold, and I think that's as much as the city of Menlo Park determined they would ask, and it's a pretty heavy ask as it is. I would like to suggest that you give a little extra thought to the trees on the south side and landscaping in general on the south side. You have that large area that is landscaped, and of the tree species, you've got a couple of species that are very much drought tolerant. The Palo Verde, certainly, the olive, certainly. I think that you'll find that the Specimen Coast live oak will potentially be under stress in that location with full solar gain from two locations at once. As any sailor or skier can tell you that having the sun twice is quite a different impact. But that's just a word of a caution. I think I've mentioned before, though perhaps not to this group, my concern about using community input to select art. It's my opinion that the community deserves the most professional and thoughtful and educated presentation of art, and I hope that it will move forward that way with some suggestions from a very well thought out position. Personally, I think the kind of mural that you show on sheet 2.401 could be very successful. It's very nice. I'd also like to note that in my mind, the ribbon, I'm calling them the red ribbon stairs, are very important to this building. They make the ends of the building significant and successful. They're a wonderful contrast of form with the necessarily very rectangular forms of modular construction. And my recommendation to council certainly is going to be at least some percentage based on that nice form. And then finally, I share with another commissioner my concern about large expanses of stucco. What actually drew my notice was the long landscape wall. I guess that's in the southeast wing. So it's a very similar, yes, thank you. So very similar concern to our chair's concern about the one-story space. And I certainly share the concern about the back-of-house space. We have on more than one major project in Menlo Park sort of discovered the back-of-house factor only after the project was built. So this is a good time to bring it up. Stucco, whether it's because of the trades here in California or because of our current climate in which we cannot hire a significant number of journeymen in most any trade, the stucco doesn't actually come out well compared with cement plaster panels. It looks like a very poor sister. So I'll just make the caution that there's notable risk of using that material in large expanses on your otherwise very crisp and elegant project. So those are my comments.
Chair Barnes, if I could just add one thing.
Yes, please.
So, Commissioner Riggs, you mentioned the landscaping, particularly on the southern side of the building, and the plantings of the coast live oak. So it looks like the landscape plan in the slideshow is a previous version of the landscape plan, and the one in the packet you'll actually see has the most up-to-date trees, which are some different species, and those were all recommended by the city arborist to create a little more diversity and to fit into the into areas with bioretention landscaping as well.
Well, I appreciate that. I actually was working off of that plan, particularly L 2.0, and the largest circle you'll see there in orange is the specimen coast live oak, which is right there in the heat zone. But I did observe also that the other trees in that location, the flowering gum tree, which is a eucalyptus, and the palo verde, which is a very low water use, highly tolerant desert plant, and of course the olive. Those are all very suitable for that location. And I can see how a coast live oak could be made to survive there with enough water. but I do want to call out that is certainly a challenging, I mean, it might be challenging for an evergreen oak of any species, but I think a coastal version is somewhat at risk, and that's just worth pointing that out.
Mr. Gale.
Thank you. So I'll just sort of summarize of the three items we were asked to, the three modifications we were asked to look at. I would say that the increase of the number of rooms from 200 to 240 is appropriate. The reduced parking seems to work with the shared parking, with the parking garage, and the artwork seems like it'll be a dynamic and attractive part of this project. So, and I'll just add reiterate my two comments is that I think the modules on the north side, it may be a missed opportunity by having that center area be dark, and maybe there's a way to light those. And then, so following up on Chair Barnes' sort of line of questioning, rendering of that side of the building in the evening would probably be very helpful. And then my other minor comment was that I think the entry is understated, and there may be a need for some signage or something to help draw attention there. Otherwise, the modifications are very provable. I'll make a motion to send this to the City Council with recommendation for approval of the three modifications.
We have a first from Commissioner Kale with two additions to the recommendation. One is a rendering for the back of the house. Am I stating that correctly? And the other one was for, say that again, please.
For some way to focus some attention to the entry that's not just based on signage and the driveway circulation.
Okay. First from Commissioner Kale, looking for Commissioner Kennedy.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Kennedy. So I have a question for staff. I'm going to go back to what's called out as architectural control approval process for the large-scale exterior artwork. And I'll tell you my point of view on this. I think there are people that are much more qualified to make this call than myself on Planning Commission. And I'm wondering, as this language came to be, has there been any thought of a committee, a commission, a committee more, that would be in between the Planning Commission and the applicant for the selection, the vetting, what's appropriate, the canvassing, whomever might be appropriate for this? What's the opportunity for that?
No, so we don't have a process in place for that, but we, as part of the design review for the artwork, our understanding from the study session was that you didn't want to particularly approve the specific artwork or dictate what exactly it was, but wanted the community to be heavily involved in them, to focus on working with the community to come up with a type of artwork that they wanted to see in that area.
Yes, and I was looking for language, as this is I agree with that, and I see 6.2 says, 6.2.3 says, the applicant shall conduct community outreach to the satisfaction of the community development director for the facade-mounted artwork with the goal of ensuring that selected artwork reflects the values and input of the community. I guess I was looking for more specificity beyond that because I still don't know what that means, and I'll make a recommendation and see if my fellow commissioners are in agreement that thought be given to the formation of a committee, of the establishment of a committee that would carry out that process of vetting to the community development director what the probable and good artwork might be.
Okay, so just to clarify, you would want that committee to review the artwork design instead of the planning commission? So the planning commission wouldn't see the artwork in that case?
No, not necessarily. So I would like there to be a recommending body to the planning commission of this is what we've looked at, right? We've seen this, this, and this. The underlying assumption is there's people who want to do this. There's people who do art, who like this kind of stuff, that are like, yeah, this is something we'd be jazzed about being part of the process, the selection process. So that committee would go through the vetting process, and goodness knows I have no idea how to vet art, right? I can barely paint my house. But that process would establish recommendations for, we think this is going to work, and we think this is why. And there's pieces in here which says, future modification has to come to Planning Commission, and the approval has to come to Planning Commission. But I think there's a middle layer in there of people who can do this quite well, and that's what I'm thinking.
So through the chair, I'll try to chime in here. Kyle Parada, Principal Planner. That's certainly something the Planning Commission here could recommend that the City Council consider as part of its overview. Ultimately, this is a recommendation tonight to the City Council, who ultimately takes final action on this request, the conditional development permit amendment. We would have to vet that further, the process for creating a new commission or a committee, and how that new committee would work with regard to state laws regarding commissions, committees, meetings, agendas, Brown Act. So there could be a lot of potential legal implications with that versus continuing with the recommendation from staff that the applicant team provide documentation of their community outreach, and then ultimately the Planning Commission review the location's general size and parameters, because it is already a created commission that has the charge to review land use applications and entitlements here. And so that's why staff's recommendation is that way. That certainly is something, though, the Planning Commission can consider tonight and recommend, and staff can provide the council with more information on.
Well, point well taken. And I have no idea whether my thinking has traction on the commission as well. So I'll look for a couple thoughts, and I could be all wet or not. So I'll start with Commissioner Tate.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I could just speak to that point?
Sure.
We did submit, as part of this application, a memo outlining our experiences with this exact issue in other jurisdictions. So in communities where this kind of commission is in place, there is typically a 5 to 9 member body that's composed of professionals, people with either an arts or real estate or development or education background, who we work with together to come up with who vets basically our recommendations or who we would like to work with, reviews the artist, vets it for its appropriateness with the community, and then makes a recommendation moving forward. I think we would see this. We've outlined that process. Also, a number of the neighboring communities have similar bodies in place, 5 to 9 member boards. I think what our recommendation for in this case would be to use this as an opportunity for not necessarily the creation of that commission, but putting together a committee and testing out that process, seeing how it works, and being very transparent along the way about how this does work or could be tweaked or could be adopted as a kind of test case for Menlo Park moving forward.
So, in effect, you are doing the informal outreach without the city going through the formalization of this type of community commission? Because this may just be a one-off, and we certainly don't want to create another commission or committee for one piece of artwork on one building.
Correct. Which we understand could be a process that could take much longer than it would take to just do the vetting. And so we think this could be not necessarily ad hoc, but a more informal way of doing the same thing.
Right. So back to staff. I mean, that's effectively it. Let the applicant come up with road test how they want to do it internally themselves and bring it forward without creating a formalized commission in Menlo Park to do that. That's what we're talking about, correct?
So are you saying the applicant would select a certain amount of people from the public to act on a...
Well, just as it's written here, the applicant shall conduct community outreach to the satisfaction of the community development director. So effectively what that means is whatever they do, I assume they're going to give you a heads up on what they're doing, and they're going to go through their process, and then they're going to come back to the community development director and say, this is what we found out. That's as it, so it's a clarifying question. That's as it's currently contemplated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Tate.
Just to your point, I've sat on a couple of advisory committees that were comprised of residents and other commissioners, and I'm not sure what really goes into making that happen for various projects here in the city. I would definitely like to see community members being part of whatever committee is organized to vet the art, because I do think that the community needs to have input, as you've said already, and I mentioned in the previous meeting. I'm also curious to know, in your outreach meeting, what did the community really have to say about the project? I see here that there was only 12, 15 people present, but what really did they say? They were jazzed about the project, it sounds like, but did they fill out Post-it notes? Like, what was captured?
Yeah, so really there were a few topics that were handled. The first was just understanding the program a little bit better, hours of operation, positioning for the restaurant, how it would work, how residents of the neighborhood would access the property, what sort of dynamic and feel and guest profile typically comes to the property during the weekdays versus the weekends. In addition to understanding what our typical relationships would be with underserved populations and how we would hire and our typical hiring practices, as well as obviously understanding what the parking and traffic impacts are within this specific section, how our shared parking arrangement would work. And really, it was a listening exercise for us in terms of what works and what doesn't work in this micro location and how we could be a good neighbor going forward.
Right. So I could see those bullet points, but my question really was, what was the feedback that you received from the people who attended your community meeting? Like, what did they say? Did they say, yeah, we love how you normally reach out to do local hiring? Were they really concerned about the parking, or traffic, or were you able to ease that apprehension that they may have had when they first came into the room?
Right. So there was obviously a lot of focus in terms of the traffic impacts to this area, tied specifically to the increase in room count. We explained what the current generation of room demand is in this micro location, and how there's upwards between 450 to 500 room nights that are produced on average on a nightly basis, and how we believe that we would be taking trips off the road by essentially having a drop-off period. We have the amenities that you need during your stay, and a number of the Facebook-related guests being able to walk or bike to their properties and hopefully alleviate some of the number of trips that are being generated. With respect to the restaurant, what they really wanted to know was, how does this serve the community in exchange for them bearing the impacts? And what we explained was, one, that the restaurant, while being leased to Facebook and them appointing a restaurant operator, we have conditions within that lease to work together to make sure that it's compatible and inclusive and would serve hours of operation that make sense not just for the business traveler, but also for the weekend guest as well. And lastly, in regards to local hiring, for them, they want to know that that our commitments were not exclusive based on a certain background or a certain professional experience level. And in explaining that, we went over our hiring model, which is largely based on hiring based on personality and not technical skills and whether you worked in the service industry or not. And that resonated well with the community as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeCardi.
I just want to return to the topic of art and art by commission or art by group sign-off, and I would prefer the proposal as it is stated right now through the staff and reinforced by the applicant. And I would reinforce, I completely agree with Commissioner Tate's comment that to have community engagement, local resident community engagement. You pointed out in the application that this site is important because it's an entryway, but it's not just an entryway to the Facebook campus, it's an entryway to that particular part of town that has a distinct, unique history that deserves to be recognized in this mix as well. So I want to reinforce that.
Commissioner Kennedy? No. Okay, so if my line of thinking does not resonate, I get that. So it sounds as though we have a first and a second. The first was Kale. Second was Kennedy. Okay, first Commissioner Kale, second by Commissioner Kennedy, to provide a recommendation to the City Council on the following entitlements as it relates to the increase in improved number of hotel rooms, the decrease in the number of on-site parking, and the architectural control approval process for large-scale exterior network as written within there. The requests also include the provisioning of a rendering of the back of the house, and not only a rendering but a landscape plan as well that calls out the materials on the back of the house and as part of that, and then a landscape plan related to that. And I think that was the only amendment that we had, or the only additional recommendation on top of this. Am I missing anything? If anyone has anything, let me know. Okay, so it sounds like we have the makings of a vote. All in favor as stated, please raise your hand. Let the record show that Commissioner Kale, DeCardi, Kennedy, Barnes, Riggs, Doran, and Tate move as to recommend as stated. Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight. We appreciate it, and we look forward to your continued success. I suggest, I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess before moving into this last item. So we will reconvene at 9:40. No, that's me. Oh, you poured that for me. You are so kind. I could use some water after reading about the conditional development permit. That's such a theme. The hotel. It makes all the sense in the world.
Well, I'm working, I actually have a client at the moment who was Scandinavian, Dutch.
Blonde hair.
And his brother is acting as a sort of a clerk of the works, a construction manager, and also doing the electrical. And his brother just likes doing this stuff. His brother already gave his money and things. So his brother is over here from the Netherlands or Denmark. Well, but anyway, so he observes to me from time to time, you just don't do it this way. Nobody uses nails.
Right.
He says, you guys use screws with the Phillips head.
Like, who does
that? We haven't used Phillips head in 15, 20 years.
That's so awesome.
Oh, yeah. He says, when I want something, I don't buy materials and assemble it. I find the manufacturer and they deliver the project.
That's so awesome. The land of IKEA would have figured this out already. It's so wasteful. Yes, I agree.
And you can imagine on a day-to-day basis, he's dealing with subcontractors.
Zor. Okay, what do we got?
Yeah, 2 rooms down a corridor.
Lifted in place.
This is large group. Yeah. Who are we missing? Kale? Michelle. Okay. We're going to return to order here in a moment. Please take your seats. So with that, I will call back to order at 9:41 this Jan 13 meeting 2020 of the Menlo Park Planning Commission, and we have progressed to item F3 in public hearing. This is a CEQA determination. 1162 to 1170 El Camino Real. This is a review and determination of potential historic significance for the existing buildings at 1162 to 1170 El Camino Real. And let's see, there's a new face at the counter. You have to, please tell me your name.
Eric Ramakrishnan from Goldfarb and Littman, acting as Special Deputy City Attorney tonight.
Welcome. So with that, I'll ask staff if you have any additional notes or comments.
Yes, since the publication of the staff report, we received 4 additional emails in support of Feldman's and keeping the existing buildings, and we also received 1 email in opposition to designating the buildings historic resources, and we've left copies of those in the back and passed them out at the dais.
Thank you. We did receive those. Are there any Commissioner clarifying questions to staff? Commissioner DeCardi.
I don't know if staff can help with this. It's on the attachment. I guess from Evans and DeShazo, so it's E34 in the top of the page. And the sentence reads in a way that I don't understand it, and I wondered if you would ask for clarification as well by any chance. It's essentially in the middle of a long run-on sentence, which is defined as an individual property that is locally listed or designated locally. However, the 1910 building local listing does not the listing the definition of a historical resource under. It seemed important. And I wonder what that's supposed to read, if you know, or if there's a way to address that.
Yeah, so this is correspondence that I received from the applicant, so it may be best for them to answer. This wasn't, or is...
Yeah, that's right. It's...
Or is this the... I apologize. I need to double check the attachments here. Oh, no, this was the historic resource evaluation they submitted. So could you repeat the sentence?
Yeah, it's in the middle of the first paragraph on what is E34 or page 31 of the document. And in the fourth line, starting from the middle, it says, however, the 1910 building local listing does not the listing the definition of a historical resource. And I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure, it's not my document, but what I think was intended is in the 1990 survey, the resource was given the designation 5S1, which means that it's listed in a local register, but Menlo Park doesn't have a local register. So I think might have been more indicative that it would have been eligible for being considered in a local register.
All right, thank you.
So before we jump into process, I would like to thank everyone for staying as late as you have stayed. Two of my fellow commissioners let me know that I could have used my chair prerogative to move this particular item up to the first item, which can happen when we have a lot of community outreach. And in hindsight, I would have done that, but I didn't think to do it. So with that said, thank you all for coming and staying and being part of this process. We appreciate it. And I apologize for the late hour. And I see there's some youngsters in the crowd as well. And if your mom's okay with you being out, then that's okay with us too. So thank you. So with that, I'll turn back to staff. How are we going to proceed through this? And is it the applicant that has put forward the development project that's also the applicant for this particular item?
So yes, the applicant that put forward the development proposal is technically the applicant, since the development proposal is the reason that the CEQA determination is needed. And so I believe the applicant for the development proposal has a few introductory remarks.
Great, so I'll call for that. So if the applicant would please come forward and tell us a little bit about what we have here. Thank you, and good evening.
Good evening, Commission, and thanks for your time. We'd like to also thank the staff for the what we felt was a clear staff report that you put forward. Really, we're gonna keep our opening remarks brief for respect to the public remark. In short, we concur with the staff report's recommendation that these buildings are not historically significant, which was also confirmed in our historic resource evaluation report from Evans and DeShazo, and was also confirmed in the city's third-party review from Interactive Resources. So with that, the one thing that we would like to do, we understand that there may be some public comment. We would like to reserve some time for a rebuttal from our historic consultants who are here. They're the specialists on this matter, so that's one ask that we would have for the Commission. But with that, that's all we have to say here.
Thank you. Procedurally, if one of the commissioners has comments, and ask a question, then through that lens, you can feel free to respond. I'm not necessarily going to allocate rebuttal time.
Okay.
But should there be a question from the commissioners which spurs a response, then use that as your opportunity.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I have quite a few public comment cards. And the process for this is each commenter is going to have 3 minutes. I will give you a prompt when you have 30 seconds left. I'm sorry, I didn't ask. Do any planning commissioners have clarifying questions for the applicant? I apologize for that. None? Okay, good. So with that, I'm going to proceed to public comment. And the drill is that you have 3 minutes. I'll give you a prompt at 30 seconds. When you come up, please state your name and your political jurisdiction or the organization that you represent. And I'll call in advance, so you'll hear your name when you come up. So the first individual is Aiden Stone, followed by Ellen Shea. Good evening.
Good evening. Thankfully for the residents of Menlo Park, the California Environmental Quality Act stands in the way of development at 1162.
I'm sorry, for the record, if you'd be so kind as to state your name and your political jurisdiction.
Jumping again. Aiden Stone, lived in Menlo Park for a couple of years, used to work in Menlo Park, and I'm representing I have a film company.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, thankfully for the residents of Menlo Park, the California Environmental Quality Act stands in the way of development at 1162, 1170 El Camino Real. 1162, 1170 El Camino is associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of the city's historical and cultural heritage. Not only is the building associated with the Stanton family, Menlo Park's founding family, but it also was built by the Whedon brothers, Menlo Park's founding pioneers. It is made out of the hearts of redwood trees. It was frequented by Jane Stanford, and in the 1980s, when it was east-west, Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead frequented the building. Presently, it is a bookstore, a cultural haven. I know that's irrespective of the property, but a 23-year-old business of a 120-year-old building. Jerry Garcia, Eloise Stanton, Jack Feldman, its customers. Yes, it is a one-of-a-kind building from the year 1900. Menlo Park, heart of redwood from local redwoods. We found inkwells and bottles from the late 19th century in the earth on the property. The Whedon brothers, who built other historic buildings in the area, designed it and built it. It represents the work of these locally important brothers. Many local residents have communicated opinions of the high artistic value of this resource. Structurally, this building has yielded stories of both local pioneers, aristocrats, everyday working class people, but the artifacts of the inkwells and the bottles on the property suggest more historical treasures, not to mention not 3 miles from the property, Tamsin tribal remains were discovered a couple of years ago. It's not unreasonable, I believe, to say that rich history is everywhere under our feet at that property. The fruitful, robust avocado tree is 51 years old, 59-inch diameter. And it's a testament to the roots that need to be treasured here. I hope the building is evaluated, yes, as eligible for a preserved listing at the local level, and I should also hope Menlo Park would break ground on maintaining a self-respecting local register of historical resources and specific criteria for listing potential such resources. This building is more than 50 years old, so typically would qualify for the California Environmental Quality Act easily. What is the evidence to the contrary? This is beyond Feldman's books. That building, that tree, it's a precious gem that needs safekeeping. I urge the commission and the council to evaluate and decide that there should be no project. I do hope the building owners will preserve the historical building, consider selling it if they don't find it personally valuable, and I want to thank them for doing well by Jack Feldman and his marvelous bookstore in the community. They're part of the community.
30 seconds.
The adverse environmental, historical, and cultural loss of this building and of that avocado tree, not to mention those books, will determine our lives in Menlo Park. And thank you very much. If there's any time, give it to Edmundo's video. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ellen Shea, followed by Blake Conway. Good evening.
My name is Ellen Shea. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. One comment I'd like to say about historic value is in my neighborhood, the Juana Briones house was argued over for years, and it was finally torn down in a window in which it was approved for, and that was torn down, and now nothing has happened on that site ever since. It was owned by a very wealthy family who built another house, and as soon as it was torn down, they moved away, and nothing was done. And I'm not sure why no one's bought it. Anyway, one thing I've noticed, I've been jealous about Menlo Park, is how it's kind of resisted a lot of change on Santa Cruz Avenue, and it hasn't lost all its character. And so many nice things are disappearing, things with character that are not just all the same. So and a lot of these things disappear and turn into the same old thing, the two-story office buildings, the housing that all looks the same. Also, I've noticed that, there's those two huge projects along the east side of El Camino. I know someone who's doing one of those, very wealthy man. He just wants to make more money. And I don't know how those are going to turn out, but it seems to me like you could wait until those are done and see how it impacts your community and your downtown before you build more housing. Also, I think housing should be going up, not just spreading out and wiping out more small buildings, old businesses. And let's see, I think those are my main points. Also, I think, used bookstores have been disappearing all over the Bay Area. I think they're a valuable community resource. And maybe they're on land that's valuable, but I don't think that means that they should be wiped out. For a lot of these small businesses, I even miss Burger Town in Los Altos. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it turned into, another boring two-story office building. Everything like that disappears means everything is homogenized. It's the same. There's really nothing to do as far as I'm concerned. So stay home. Anyway, I think that's it. Hang on. Also, Silicon Valley was, the reason why it was developed is because it's an intellectual community. It's not just about having more housing, more hotels, more, office buildings. If there's nothing to do here, for the kids, all the skating rinks have gone away,
30
and so on.
seconds.
So it's just another thing that makes things more dull here. Okay, I think that's it. Hang on. But yeah, I think you should wait until you see the impact of these other huge developments you're doing in your downtown area, personally, before you tear down more stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Blake Conway, followed by Jeffrey Moore. Good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Council? Blake Conway, currently a resident of San Francisco, but born and raised in Menlo Park. Went to MA. My parents went to MA.
Please speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an artist and the founder and executive director of a nonprofit based in San Francisco called Problem Library. We're a art and design and education based organization. I kind of felt like I should come here tonight because Feldman's growing up was one of the kind of key formulating factors, I think, of my education. I think it helped me develop a sense of having come from a place. And it was, I think, a big part of discovering kind of the great art, design, architecture that eventually kind of led me to the work I do today. I think the main point that I'd like to put forward, or the case I'd make, and I'd like to maybe add before this that I have nothing against new development or fighting the kind of currents of the time. I don't think it's a good way to spend my energy, but I think a used bookstore is by definition historic in the way that it comes across its books and the way what you find there. It's an amalgamation of the interests and the belongings and the curiosities of the people of a place. And Feldman's does represent that. I remember coming across the Lloyd Kahn early on when I was a kid, who wrote the book Shelter and was the original editor of a lot of important kind of West Coast movements. And if you guys are familiar with like the Whole Earth Catalog or any of those things, there's a lot of important, influential thinking that really started here in many ways. And you can find that stuff at Feldman's, and you're not going to find that anywhere else. I don't have much reason to come down here anymore. I don't necessarily come to Menlo Park, but when I do, the only really thing of lasting interest in me is that bookstore, and I always go. And I guess what I think is important to consider is that whether the building goes, I can't speak to the building itself and its historical significance. I don't have the knowledge. But I would postulate that maybe it's in the best interest of even the developer himself, wherever they are. They move that bookstore somewhere else within the city. Mostly because the Feldmans are some of the best book dealers and curators I think you can find in the Bay Area, and maybe much broader than that. My organization keeps
30 seconds.
Oh, thank you. Keeps a library. We have a free library we offer to the public, which I think in some ways was probably inspired by Feldman's in the selection, and especially for a young developing person trying to navigate their interests and what they're drawn to in the world. Having that kind of very special selection of books that no library can offer is it offers a resource that you can't recreate, and I think it would be a big loss to maybe someone else like myself growing up here, kind of finding their way in the world and developing a sense of place. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Next is Jeffrey Moore, followed by Melanie Austin. Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Moore. I live in East Palo Alto, which of course is part of your larger community, your Willows community, your San Mateo County community. We've already heard good presentations this evening about the historical significance of the building, that a lot of history is taking place in this building. It represents, an architecture and a storefront that reminds us of the kind of community that Menlo Park and the rest of Silicon Valley had, say, before the 1970s. For instance, recently, the last 10 years or so, the old building around the corner from Feldman's that had Wessex Books in it was before then the storefront in which the Whole Earth Catalog was published out of. And so when we think about what's the cultural value of living in Silicon Valley, we think about the fact that, we were a permissive society intellectually and spiritually and culturally, where people would come down and put together things like, the Whole Earth Catalog or formulate the technology that eventually became the driver of our economy here in Silicon Valley. And so, when we think about getting rid of both the old building and, very importantly, the tenant in the building, one of the best used bookstores in the Bay Area, much less just in Silicon Valley, we do ourselves tremendous harm. We run the real risk of becoming, another cultural dead zone, like, say, Mountain View has become. You go visit Mountain View's, wonderful new, development they built where the old Sears building used to be. It's soulless and it's horrible. You might as well be anywhere. You could be in Dallas. So, I think Silicon Valley should be something better than Dallas of nice weather. And I say that as a person born in Oklahoma, born in Texas, so I'm not just dissing the flyover states. I'm from one. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next up is Melanie Austin, followed by Rod Donnelly. Good evening, Ms. Austin.
Hi, my name's Melanie Austin. I can't speak. No, let me start over. I understand the constraints you're under with respect to this decision.
Please state your political jurisdiction or organization.
Oh, Menlo Park resident. And I was reading the article in the Daily Post today, which I thought was pretty good, where one thing I kind of really focused on, where it stated that the Planning Commission has the ability to determine the significance of historical buildings at the local level, even if it doesn't meet historically significant standards at the state and federal level. And so then I thought about Feldman's, and I thought, why do people go to Feldman's? The hundreds of people who go through every month, what are they looking for? They're looking for knowledge. They're looking for information and data, entertainment, edification, relaxation, distraction, pleasure, escape, relief. And I thought about all those people and the ripple effect that that has through the community, and I looked up the definition of utilitarianism. This is from, not OED, this is from Webster's Third Dictionary, Third World Dictionary, not Third World edition. Utilitarianism is a theory elaborated by Jeremy Bentham and James and John Stuart Mill that the aim of moral, social, and political action should be the largest possible balance of pleasure over pain, or the greatest happiness of the greatest number. And this is where I started thinking about all the people who go to Feldman's, what they find there, what they bring to our community and other communities because of what they find there. It's not a bookstore. It's a place people go for so many other things besides books. It's a place where they go for looking for answers, for some relief. And I also understand, this is a quote from this article, which the quote is, preservation of the building would not safeguard any existing uses at the subject property, which I think means that if the building is deemed historically significant, it doesn't mean that Feldman's is going to stay there. I understand that. Well, that's true of anything. But it's there now. It's been there for a long time. You can't separate those two, I don't think. And I just keep going back to this concept of providing the greatest happiness to the greatest number in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Next is Rod Donnelly, followed by Mila Mazur. Is there a Mr. Donnelly in the house? Okay. Seeing no one coming forward for Mr. Donnelly, I will progress to the next. Mila. Good evening, Mila. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Mazur?
Mazur.
Mazur, great. If you could tell us your residency, that would be fantastic. And you have 3 minutes.
I am Mila Mazur. I live in District 4. I am 13 years old and a lifetime resident of Menlo Park. I want to speak to the Planning Commission, developer, and City Council members present today. Our city is being drastically changed by rapid development, and we are losing too much while gaining too little. My family is on the below market rate apartment list, but I also recognize that 3 BMR apartments in exchange for a historical building and a small locally owned business with affordable books hurts our entire community while only potentially helping 3 families like mine. BMR apartments are far from affordable housing since they are still expensive to rent. The city is in desperate need of a registry of our few historical buildings we have left and an ordinance to protect them. Also, the downtown redevelopment plan of Menlo Park left out one of the things that makes Menlo Park a special place to live: small independent businesses. We are headed to a city of chain stores that are in any town in the U.S. with unremarkable buildings and no access to our history through pioneer landmarks like the building at 1170 El Camino. If we lose this building and we lose Feldman's books, our city is one step closer to becoming just another city with no character, nothing to draw visitors from all over. You are planning a city for my generation, a generation that is already rejecting unsustainable business practices and embracing reuse of our resources such as books and buildings. We see the value in creating and maintaining sustainable communities that benefit all people that live there, not just the rich and powerful. Developers make millions of dollars on our city, change how we live, They need to be accountable by city planners and councils for the kind of city they are developing for the people who actually live here. We need our current city planners and city council members to act on our behalf to keep historical resources and sustainable business practices from being completely destroyed so my generation has them later.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mazur. Next is Lydia Cooper, followed by Faith Bell. Excuse me. Good evening, Ms. Cooper.
I'll give you something first before I start in.
You'd like me to pass them? Okay. Thank you.
My name is Lydia Cooper. I live in Menlo Park, and I'm also on the board of the Menlo Park Historical Association. The Historical Association is not only involved in the preservation of local history through photos, oral histories, artifacts, but we also are concerned with the preservation of historical sites that date back to the late 1800s and the early 1900s. Oftentimes, the planning department asks builders, architects, and others to stop by the association office to find out if a particular building under consideration has any historical significance, even though Menlo Park does not have a preservation ordinance. Trust me, upon telling these people that no ordinance exists, many of them are surprised. Now, this brings me to the building located at 1170 El Camino Real, presently occupied by Feldman's Books. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. The two-story building is more representative of an era. The building, or this building at 1170, dates back to 1904, built in the style of the turn-of-the-century office buildings, similar to buildings on Homer Street in Palo Alto that are preserved. The landmark building was there when El Camino was a dirt road and Menlo Park businesses were just getting started. It is significant for its distinctive type and period. Its early history was as a laundry operated by a French family named Larisseau, who serviced Jane Stanford, and later, for years, it was a grocery store operated by an Irish couple named McCarthy. These two immigrant families began successful businesses in Menlo Park, and both families are buried at Holy Cross Cemetery. These are significant persons to Menlo Park. To quote from the staff report, the Planning Commission could find that the building at 1170 represents a potential historic resource at the local level. We would support that. Unfortunately, the developer is here, of course. To the eyes of the developer, 1170 has no redeeming features. Well, that's debatable. But to the association and hopefully to the Planning Commission, it is part of the history of our city and worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Next is Faith Bell, who is followed by Paloma Bowler.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I live in unincorporated Santa Clara County. My name is Faith Bell. I own Bell's Bookstore in downtown Palo Alto. We've been going for 85 years, and I know firsthand what it takes to keep a bookstore going. I challenge the CEQA statement that there is no social value in retaining the bookstore as part of the importance of this building. The CEQA has within its purview an assessment of the social significance of a, quote, place. Feldman's is one of these places that has enormous social significance. When I started working in my parents' bookstore in 1973 as a teenager, there were 27 bookstores between Los Altos and Menlo Park. Today we have 4. There was a time when you could go and find a bookstore that dealt with Eastern religions, that dealt with Judaica, that dealt with feminist issues, that dealt with political issues. Today, fortunately, we have those 4. I hope they can stay. Planning commissioners, I suggest to you that you give the measure of social significance equal weight to that of architectural significance. We've heard historically that there are interests in the building historically. We've heard about what has happened in that space. I suggest that building a place of cultural and intellectual significance takes decades, sometimes centuries to build, and destroying one can be done shockingly quickly. Impoverishment of the cultural and intellectual type can be irreversible. I'd hate to see that happen here. I found it very interesting to look at what was happening with your previous applicants looking at the Facebook building, and I found myself thinking over and over, 25 years from now, will people still have the fondness for that we all have for Feldman's? I think that it does have a social significance that would follow CEQA requirements. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. It's, excuse me, Paloma, and I apologize, I can't get your last name. Solar. Ms. Paloma Solar, followed by Ash Jogailkar. Good evening.
She has some slides that I sent her. I'm projecting them. Are you projecting?
Wait, you could... Hi, my name is Paloma, and I'm from Menlo Park, and I'm going to talk why we shouldn't tear down Feldman's bookstore.
And I've got a 7-year-old son, so I know how hard this must be. Do me a favor, talk is in the biggest voice you can kind of conjure up. Well, we're easy listeners. Just give us a big voice when you talk.
Okay. What makes Feldman's building special? It's unique. It's not like a place that you'd find around the corner on every single building. And it's also like an adventure. Every time you never know what you'll find in a book. The bookstore is 23 years old and the building is 120 years. It used to be a French laundry and a grocery store. It matters to kids and neighbors. I've been making petitions with my friends and I have located all my signatures in my neighborhood and my school at Laurel. 82 people signed it because they know Feldman's and they want to help save the bookstore and the building. I hope this will change your mind.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Solar, followed by Ash Jogailkar. And Ash is followed by Michelle Gia. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Ash Jogailkar, resident of Menlo Park. Although I moved here 2 years back from Boston, and I was very familiar, big frequenter of used bookstores and the buildings that they occupy. And Feldman's was the first thing that I noticed when I moved to Menlo Park, started frequenting it. And one thing that struck me was that Boston and New York have a lot of great used bookstores, and both the building and Feldman's itself, both of them are pretty unique compared to even a lot of the great bookstores around the country. And, Feldman's is unique because I think far and away, and I've been to pretty much all the major bookstores in the Bay Area now, I think it has the best collection of rare and antique books. Just as one example, very cheap but great copy of Ulysses Grant's memoirs, the original 1885 edition, and you'll find scores of such books there. But the building itself, I found that it has this vibe which you just don't find in other bookstores, because mostly they occupy these multi-story buildings, so there's a kind of antiseptic feel which Feldman's doesn't have at all. And that's really because, at least partly because of the space in between, which houses the avocado tree and the bird bath, and so it has this sort of Zen-like quality. And so I think I want to reinforce what one of the previous speakers said, which is it's very hard to separate the bookstore from the building. Each one of them has its own virtues, but I think they really combine very synergistically. So it's hard for me to imagine some other establishment in the building, and it's equally hard for me to imagine Feldman's not being in that particular building. And I think that synergy is something that really needs to be taken into account. Again, I'm all for new development, new housing, but I think we need to be very careful in realizing what we can very easily destroy, and especially in a process that could be irreversible. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Michelle Gia, followed by, the last card that I have is Mr. Edmundo Torres. If you have a card, please come forward. I'll call you in a moment. Please, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Gia. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and a lecturer at Stanford. And I'm going to ask you to forgive me for using written comments. I'd love to address you directly. I'm just afraid I'm going to forget something, so that's why I'm doing this. So I've been visiting Feldman's books since 2012 when I was a freshman at Stanford. And I believe I speak for myself and other humanities students at Stanford and beyond when I say that spaces in the Palo Alto Menlo Park area that celebrate the art and craft of critical reading and thinking are tragically few and getting fewer every day. When I was a student from 2012 to 2017, Feldman's books was one of the only reasons I would make this bike ride. It's a short bike ride, but it feels long to a student, to Menlo Park, to experience a place that is extraordinary, precisely because you can always find a powerful new point of view there. And because it is one of the last curated places that I know of where the values of craft, thoughtfulness, generous attention, and intellectual community are actually practiced. And if perhaps these values do not seem of general interest, I would suggest that we should take a wider historical view and recognize that we live in the midst of a sea change in which scale and technological innovation are becoming the dominant forces of history. And this is the same struggle is being repeated on college campuses. So I would argue that we have the same struggle at Stanford as much as we say we're an institution dedicated to history and learning. It's powerful, the same forces of valuing technology and scale over that. To preserve this building on El Camino is to add a crucial alternative to that techno-futurist vision, and to take action in support of a world where those who dare to ask the big questions, and for me the big questions are, what should technology actually be in service of? What kind of world do we want to live in? Instead of thinking, we can make it, so we'll make it, thinking instead, what kind of world do we actually want to create? Feldman's has always been a place where the people who ask those questions can take shelter. Feldman's books has always been my shelter. Even today, as a lecturer at Stanford's Design School, I return to Feldman's as often as I can to renew my imagination about the futures that are worth building for all. I and other design researchers, students, and technologists need more, not less spaces where thoughtfulness and a historical perspective are the norm. Selfishly, when my students ask me where they can go to be inspired and grounded and move thoughtfully towards the future, I want to be able to send them to Feldman's, where I know they will find nourishment for their questions and fuel for the long road ahead. While I cannot speak from an architectural perspective to the building itself, I would like to put to you that the question of historical significance might extend beyond the issue of bricks and foundations to communities and networks of ideas. That Feldman's, as a local institution, has anchored many people and generations of local questioners who then went on to change the world in very special ways. And that we might, as a community and polity...
30 seconds.
Thank you. Have great reason to prefer a world in which brilliant young people have a little bit more of a reason to read, and therefore, I believe, to think. That is the kind of world that I would like to live in. Thank you. And if there's any time remaining, I'd like to give it to Edmundo's video.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Torres.
Can I speak through here? Yeah. Mine is a video, so we will like just to play it. I used to live in Menlo Park for a little while with Jack Feldman at his house. That's in 889 College Avenue. So I would like just to play the video.
Great. And Mr. Torres, you have 3 minutes. Is your video going to be within a 3-minute time frame? Great. Thank you.
It was there in 1939, a pioneer daughter, Eloise Stanton, met her husband, Lord Manchester, a young man from Southern Britain. Along they met and fell in love and become their own in 1945. After World War II, Menlo Park expanded its territory, beginning the city's transformation. The building had many lives. It was the candy shop, McCarthy's grocery, a doctor's office, and a bookstore. The residents of those ages are still visible in the local architecture. From the 1170 to the Nativity Church to the British Bank down the street from City Hall. In 2012, the remains of the Illinois Sampson Native American people were unearthed just 3 miles away from Dublin. In 2019, in the soil of architecture, artifacts were discovered, inkwells and walls dating back to 1890s Menlo Park from the days of Eloise and Long. Jack and Steve Feldman founded Feldman's Books in 1996. The building is the last remaining example of the old style of architecture. Jack managed the shop for 23 years, where 10,000 books annually are bought and sold. Treasured volumes of literature, science, and art adorn the shelves. Many detailing prehistory and history of the community. It is a place of meditation and beauty. Its 51-year-old avocado tree is 5 feet in diameter and still produces fruit behind a 120-year-old building. The community of Menlo Park recognizes the high artistic value of Feldman's books. Not too ordered, not too disordered, Feldman's is one of the last places you need to genuinely get lost. What will become of the books, the avocado tree, and the community? Who will this new Feldman really serve? What is the connection to our history? What are its choices? Today, Feldman's Books is a place of great importance to our community. Let's preserve this building, this tree, and this local business as historically relevant resource to the city of Menlo Park, for our community, for the world.
Thank you. And you have some remaining time if you would like to make any additional comments. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Torres. So with that, I have received and called everyone who has submitted a card. If there is still anyone who would like to give public comment, now is your time to come forward. Seeing no other individuals coming forward, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back up to the dais for commissioner discussion. Commissioner Kennedy.
So, I want to say that I really do appreciate the passion and the earnestness of every speaker, and it's very clear to me that I have a favorite word. I'm an urban planner by training, and I have a favorite word, and my favorite word is a palimpsest. And a palimpsest is something that retains the character and the impression of the thing that came before it. So a good example is a blackboard. No matter how many times you erase a blackboard, there's still the remnants of the thing that was written the first time. And it's very clear to me that Feldman's is a palimpsest. I mean, I don't know if I felt that beforehand, but I definitely feel that now. And so I do appreciate that it's almost impossible to separate Feldman's the bookstore from the space that Feldman's inhabits, because it has become one thing. And it is very clear that it has, for generations, held a very deep, deep meaning for members of this community. So much so that people come back here to see it. I've read the comments over the months, and it is very clear that it is a place that people. It is a destination. It is a place for some people to. For many people, it appears to be a North Star. You can sort of find yourself again when you walk in there. So I do appreciate that, and I know what it takes to come out and to do this, and I also know what it takes to put forth a development and hope for the best and hope that everything works best for everybody and the whole community can move forward. So thank you all for coming out tonight.
Mr. DeCardi.
This is through the chair, clarifying questions of staff. So in your guidance to us, it says that we have two options. One is that on the basis of the information, the structures are not historically or culturally significant, and therefore additional CEQA review and the impacts of the structure is not required, or that the Commission can find the basis of substantial evidence, including the fact structures are identified as potentially locally significant. In 1990, they have significance to local people, even though they have been found not eligible for listing in state national registers. In that case, further CEQA review would be required. Could you explain what that further CEQA review would be? How costly, how long, in terms of trying to understand impacts on the developer and their proposed use and timeline for the property?
So the further review would be an environmental impact report. It's hard to say the exact timing or costs, but I mean, it would be several months at the very least.
And this would trigger a full environmental impact report? Or would it just be narrowly defined on aspects of an EIR that are pertinent to this point?
You'd start the EIR with an initial study, and if this is the only impact to study, then this is the impact the EIR would focus on. But you'd have to complete all of the steps of an EIR. The alternatives analysis, the mitigation analysis, the circulation of the EIR, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you. To the chair, a couple more questions, if
Yes,
that's all right. So the staff report then, in the next paragraph on page 3, and going on to page 4, has 5 bullet points, which I think form the basis of the staff recommendation. The existing buildings are not historically significant. I'm interested in understanding, I think, a little bit more on some of them. The third bullet says the buildings do not embody any distinctive type, period, or method of construction. My question is around the period. Why, for Menlo Park, don't these buildings embody a distinctive period relative to other remaining buildings in Menlo Park?
So that was one of the findings of the historic resource evaluation that was prepared by the applicant's consultant, and then peer-reviewed by the city's consultant.
And the city's consultant is who? I'm sorry, just to...
Let's see. That was Interactive Resources, and that's included as attachment F1.
Thank you.
Or F.
Can I ask the question maybe a different direction here, which is, there's nothing for our city if we determine that this is not distinctive or any type of period. Then in terms of potentially a precedent or thinking about this coming to the Planning Commission, then really we would discard that for any piece of architecture for any period then, would we not? Or especially if a period of building had very few remaining in our city. So I'm trying to ask the question the other direction to try to wrap my head around how we as the Planning Commission are supposed to interpret this about embodiment of a distinctive period. So I don't even, if there's any, I realize it's not a particularly articulate question, but I'm trying to ask it the other direction, which is perhaps you could try to help.
So I'm not sure I entirely understood the question, but one thing that might be worth clarifying is that the evaluations that you had were looking at national and state significance primarily. That doesn't rule out the possibility that there might be some local significance, which is what you're here to consider.
Yep.
If you know the only evidence in the record on that point is the 1990 survey, which just said that the buildings were typical of their time period. If they're the last and best remaining examples of what was typical of that time period, and if you think that they have a lot of integrity left to them, that they truly represent the architecture of that time period, then you could consider that in weighing whether or not these are locally significant. I think the integrity is an important piece of that. If you look at the HRE evaluation, they do point out a number of modifications that have been made to the buildings over the years that might affect that integrity.
So that's my second question on the fifth bullet, which I'll get to in a second, but just to come back to this, which is very helpful. As a planning commission then, and maybe as an ask of staff, are we supposed to, as commissioners, to independently know how many examples of buildings are left in Menlo Park of a particular era? Is that incumbent upon us as individual commissioners, or is that additional information that might be helpful for us contextually to understand?
So one possibility would be if the commission feels that they don't have enough information, would be to get further information from or direct the applicant through staff to get further information on how the buildings relate to the rest of the city. And just looking at the HRE, it's page E30, attachment E, page 35. It does talk a little bit about if the buildings have distinctive character of a type, period, or method of construction. So that's C3. And it talks a little bit about when it was built and the integrity of of what's left of the architecture.
So that is my other question. So then I appreciate that. I guess so it says, so back to the fifth bullet then, which is the top of page 4, I guess. The buildings have been modified through the years and lack historic integrity. But then, I think it's getting to a similar point. If you look at D3, which I believe is the same picture that's in that other exhibit, on item 7 it says, based on older photographs, it appears this building has changed very little over the years. My question is, I can appreciate changes in facade and those sorts of pieces. But again, to understand significant change, would want to understand, and do you have any further information about how significant is that? Is it structural? Is it cosmetic? What is that degree, and why in this information do we have pretty significantly differing opinions, but with a staff report that suggests that they have been modified and lack historic integrity? I guess what's the definition of historic integrity then?
I mean, I'm here as a lawyer, and historic integrity is more of an architectural term, but if enough of the building, I guess the way that I would attempt to articulate that is if enough of the building is still intact, that it still exemplifies what it is you're trying to preserve, then it has historic integrity. One thing that I would point out in terms of, to the extent that there seems to be a discrepancy between these two, this D3 is from a 1990 report. It's
what page are you referring to?
D3.
D3, it's the...
That was what the reference was just to. This is from a 1990 report, which is 30 years ago. The reason why this is not a presumptive resource is because this survey has not been kept up to date. And it's my understanding from reviewing the HRE report that some of the modifications may have been made during that time period. To the extent of that, I can't comment, but
I appreciate it. And to the chair and to everybody, thank you for your consideration of the long questions. And I appreciate the extent to be helpful.
Thank you.
I'll continue if nobody else has any point.
Please.
So I am really compelled by our first speaker and also by Ms. Mazur, which is, as a planning commission, to have a city that has no local register and no specific criteria, to then put this decision before the planning commission without a whole lot of additional contextual detail. There is no way I would vote to say this doesn't have historic significance right now. That seems completely unreasonable for what you're asking of us as planning commissioners. This is the city council's got to clean this up at that point then. So for me, these two options that you put before us, the first one, to find that there's no historic significance, I can't see how we could do that in good conscience. On the other hand, to definitively say that it's historic or to move to CEQA right now also feels, especially not understanding, although I appreciate the clarification. We've got developers who have been before us before, who have been very thoughtful about what they're trying to do. We have an enormous problem in our city with housing and housing at below market rate, and having that on a transit corridor. There's a lot of benefit in having these developments happen in our community. And so I'm really cognizant of their frustration, which I think they shared with us the last time in July at the pace of this project. And so that feels equally frustrating for me as well in this mix. So I would say to my fellow commissioners that I am not satisfied with either of these two options for us tonight, and that I would prefer to craft a third option, which is to say along the lines of that we have no finding and would recommend to the city council that it is their responsibility to either develop local registry with specific criteria or to determine themselves what the criteria are and to hear directly from our residents in the community and to handle that themselves in this mix. So that's where I would be prepared to go, and that's why.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Riccardi, and it's very interesting because as I'm sitting here and he's saying that, I'm remembering that the reason why we still have Grand Central Terminal is because of what they did to the original Penn Station. So it does, these conversations are very pertinent to figuring out how do we preserve our local resources and our local structures. In the absence of something in place at the moment, I think that's the challenge. And it's surprising that it's taken until 2020 to really push this issue even further.
Question to staff. I'm wondering if there's any institutional recollection of the Park Theater and what happened with that. Was that also an issue of historic significance?
I believe that was removed before my time, so I couldn't comment on that. I did want to point out quickly, so on page 4 of the staff report, we include information what other cities with local registers, some kind of the typical criteria that they use. So the commission could use that criteria, the 1 through 4, as kind of a basis since we don't have our own criteria.
Commissioner Riggs.
Yes, thank you. So it brings back memories somewhat. The 4 criteria that staff refer to. I've been associated with historic buildings 3 times as an architect. First on the Wilshire Corridor in Los Angeles, and then a while ago in Berkeley, at the edge of campus, where the seminaries collect, and also residents in Menlo Park. And these criteria make sense to me after all these years, and actually having been through in depth on the first 2 projects. And I think perhaps one of the more difficult questions to ask, but needs to be asked, is do we look at a building as historically significant because in our hearts we feel it should be, or because it actually qualifies? Someone who is far more blunt than I'm inclined to be has looked at more than one Menlo Park building and said, it's not significant, it's old. But unfortunately, that is sometimes true. The residence that I'm aware of in Menlo Park was built in the 1920s. And as you looked through it, almost every element was an example of another time. Unfortunately, virtually every one of those elements was also an example of cheap and common construction of the time. And in the end, there was not anything worth saving. Although a couple of things were saved for 2 decades before they were finally thrown out, like single pane, water-damaged wood windows. It's interesting to see how they were made, but they were of simply no value. They weren't beautiful like some of the historic buildings in Berkeley. They weren't especially well made. It's just that they were old. I really happen to like these 2 buildings on El Camino Real, but I have to admit to myself that largely Feldman's is attractive because it's been well furnished, so to speak. It has very nice black awnings that you could put on any black stucco, any taupe-colored stucco building and create some charm. And I think the issue, and I remember my extensive conversations with the historical professional for the Berkeley project, the issue is what have you got underneath? I feel strongly that the issue here is not the building, it's Feldman's. Feldman's needs to be protected. Feldman's, the business, and the books need to go on. I've heard it questioned how much energy Jack Feldman has to keep it going more than 5 years. I would like to know that. But in the meantime, my heart and my thinking as a representative of my town is that Feldman's, the business, needs to find a way to continue. If you look in the bookstore, it's not as if even the shelving is of any architectural significance. I'm sorry, some of it is very old, but much of it is, frankly, off of the local lumber store. And what we need is to find a solution for the business. And I don't think that trying to find a way to save these buildings is going to do that. There are, unfortunately, there is a project before us that we are not in a position to stop based on the building that is there now. And so this is difficult, and this is not where my heart is, but I have to say I unfortunately feel that in fairness to, shall we say, the rules of the road, it's not the building that is historic, and I cannot make that finding.
Thank you. Do you have commentary from any other? Commissioner Doran.
Well, I generally concur with Commissioner Riggs on this. I think that Feldman's books is worth saving, and I hope that it is saved. But saving the building won't save Feldman's books. He doesn't have a long-term lease. His problem is with market rents in Menlo Park. And there's nothing preventing the landlord from raising his rents on more than 30 days' notice, which could effectively put him out of business. So I think that there is a solution for Feldman's books. I hope there's a solution for Feldman's books. We have a lot of available retail space in downtown Menlo Park that I think would be suitable for the bookstore. But I think we do have to keep separate in our minds, distinct in our minds, the question of the historical significance of the building and the significance of Feldman's books. I don't see the historical value in these buildings. Looking at these 4 criteria, and they're from other towns, they're not necessarily what we have to follow, but we have nothing else. You know, number 1 was the resource, whether the resource is associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of the city's historical and cultural heritage. I haven't heard anything that would satisfy that. We think that Jane Stanford got her laundry done there. I don't think that's historically significant. I'm sorry. Number 2, whether resources associated with lives or persons important to the city's past. Again, I think it's a pretty tangential association. Number 3, whether resource embodies locally distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction. So that's worth examining. We've heard that it was made out of redwood. A lot of buildings around here in the Bay Area, broadly, and certainly Menlo Park, made out of redwood. Is that distinctive? I don't know. Other locally distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction. I don't think there's anything about the look of these buildings that you could say it couldn't have been in New York or any place else in America around the same period. Represents the work of creative individuals important locally. Well, certainly the Whedons were important locally. Was there anything creative about these buildings? I think that's a separate question. Or possesses high artistic values in the opinion of local residents. I don't see any artistic interest in these buildings. 4, whether resources yielded may be likely to yield information important in the prehistory or history of the local community. You know, we've seen some bottles and inkwells from it, but I don't see the historic significance of those to the local community. So I'm afraid I'm with Commissioner Riggs. I would like to see the bookstore preserved. I'd like to see it go on. But I think that the path that has to be through some other way. I think that stretching the historical, the definition of historical business in order to accommodate Feldman's books does do violence to the actual rules and the statutes and the procedures. But also, I don't think that it will save Feldman's books because there's, as I say, there's nothing stopping the landlord from raising the rent, which would put him out of business, or from getting another tenant in there that could pay a higher rent. So I can't make the findings of historical significance.
Mr. Kale.
Thank you. So I was very impressed with the speakers, particularly the two young ladies who spoke this evening. So we're tasked with reviewing the buildings independent of the bookstore. And as an architect, I wish that there was something significant about these buildings worth saving, but unfortunately I agree with the staff that there really are no distinctive features, and there's been so many modifications that any historical significance has been lost. I think it's just the cold fact of it. And if it wasn't for Feldman's bookstore, I don't even think we would be here discussing this. I wish there was a way to condition the approval of the proposed project to find a place for Feldman's. I know we explored that a little bit last time. Or in addition to, there was some mention about finding artifacts and bottles. If there was a way to condition a careful deconstruction of the project to uncover anything rather than just a wrecking ball kind of hauling it all away, that would be useful. But I just don't think there's anything worth anything significant of the buildings themselves to maintain.
So I'll ask a question of the applicant. Knowing full well that we are talking about the historical significance of the building, I am going to take a little bit of a left-hand turn and talk about and see if there's any updates on the on the discussions or current thinking of the applicant as it relates to figuring out how to get Feldman's situated. Should it turn out that they have to leave this building, where else could they go, and what would be your role in that process? I'm curious if you have anything to say on that topic.
Yeah, in short, I think we're fans of Feldman's books, and we've made that clear with Jack. I think we've been upfront with Jack, as Commissioner Duran just stated. They are on a month-to-month lease with a 30-day termination notice. We could have theoretically terminated them 31 days ago, and we wouldn't be talking about Feldman's tonight. That is not what we want to do at all. And I think the discussions we've had with Jack, we've put our best foot forward. We got in front of Jack. We showed him multiple locations that are available within a 3-block radius of his current location. We're aware of more vacancies coming about on Santa Cruz Avenue that are close to the square footages that I think he's looking for. So we are full on in support of finding Feldman's a new home. We want to do it the right way. We want to be respectful of Jack and all the public remarks tonight. But we do just hope you guys realize that they are on a month-to-month lease with a 30-day termination. And the last thing we want to do is exercise that option. We want to come to an agreement with Jack and help him Chase and I even offered to help him move the books. We don't need to hire a moving company. We'll help move the books on a Saturday and Sunday. We're here to do whatever we can to support Jack and all his supporters. We're fans of Feldman's, but we have a development that is somewhat tied to our development on Santa Cruz and Merrill. We're aware of the BMR piece of that, which was already agreed upon a few years ago. But we are in, we want to commit to helping Jack and his team find a new home. So it's.
Have you wrapped any financial support around that thinking? And are you
we haven't had
predispositioned to share what that might look like?
We haven't had any firm discussions or numbers directly with Jack, but yes, I think we're at the point now where we need to escalate that conversation with Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeCardi.
I just wanted to follow on to some of the comments. I love Feldman Books. I love used bookstores. I think it's terrific. Not part of my comments. So the comments that they are linked together, and I can appreciate that, and I love learning a new word tonight. But my question really is to the question of the historic significance of the building. So the fact that we have folks that want to save Feldman's Books and are working really hard to find a mechanism to do that, I applaud them. That's what advocacy at a community level should be doing and should be raising, and then should be putting really hard decisions in front of bodies like ours. So I think that's fantastic. I will defer to the architects and their confidence that there's no historical architectural significance for the buildings. I'm not an architect, but I also think this is, again, back to respectfully to Commissioner Doran, I don't think we have any guidance or rules or procedures, and I can appreciate grabbing something as a set of criteria, but we could grab all sorts of criteria in different kinds of ways. And so that makes it a pretty subjective conversation in this, as far as I'm concerned. And so to that point, we could live in a community that was entirely built with 1970s split-level houses like the Brady Bunch, and then go through years and years and years of tearing down every single one of those houses but one. And it's at least worth having a conversation about living in a town that used to have 100% Brady Bunch houses, and then you've gotten down and gotten rid of the last one. And that is a slightly different conversation than the unique architectural merits of a particular building in that mix. And that is part of my concern or frustration with not having enough information about the context in the community. Anything looked at individually outside of context can come up with a reason why it's no good. The dilemma here is that once you tear down the last Brady Bunch house, there is no more options on Brady Bunch houses. And I think it's at least worth pointing out to the City Council that they have a responsibility for looking at this broader context in the community, in addition to the earlier points raised about actually putting in place a historical register with some criteria so that we can get to common understanding in a community.
I think that I don't have to be, I can hear tones of whether this is a political discussion or whether this is a historical architecture, a historical building discussion. And to the question of whether there is, to the fact that there isn't a local registry in Menlo Park, and should there be, and what constitutes broad significance to the to what Menlo Park is all about. That's more of a political issue. When I look at this and I march through the questions related to being materially, and I'll add the word materially, associated to historic events or persons, or being associated with a prominent architect, or embodying a distinctive type, period, or method of construction, or not likely to yield important historical information and not being modified. So by the book, it is really hard to check the boxes for this structure representing those things. And that's not to say that this isn't, above that particular strict checklist, that this isn't a political issue. For me, individually speaking, looking at this from a planning commission standpoint, I can't find the parts that would satisfy when it says if the Planning Commission finds the building historically significant, then SEQA requires that the Planning Commission identify substantial evidence in support of its finding. As defined in SEQA guidelines, section 15384, substantial evidence includes facts, reasonable inferences drawn from facts, reasonable assumptions predicated on facts, and expert opinions supported by the facts. When I break down the evidence as presented in the staff report and look at the third-party reports that were done, I'm unable, as much as I would like to, find the overriding conditions which put this in the historical, and make it historical from that standpoint. Now, should Menlo Park adopt a local registry, and should that registry have some other criteria, then I think the discussion will be subject to a different set of parameters. But as provided here, I'm struggling, and I, as of now, cannot find the boxes to check to make this particular building historic in the town of Menlo Park. I can't square the two. So those are my thoughts. It's not to say that it isn't, but from a historic standpoint, as charted here, I can't do that. So, Commissioner Doran.
I just wanted to add for the record that I did meet with Mr. Feldman and the developers.
Thank you for that disclosure. So we're chartered here to make a determination on whether the buildings possess potential historical significance. And I am looking for a motion related to that. Having or not having, either way, it could be. So, question to staff, is this a motion for the affirmative only? Tell me the possible motions here that are contemplated. How does this get framed, should someone want to make a motion?
As it's indicated in the staff report, you could move to find that the buildings are or are not historically significant.
Okay. So either a motion to find that they are historically significant or a motion to find that they are not historically significant. Commissioner Tate.
I have a question for the applicant, actually. And that is, there was a mention about the BMR unit, something with the BMR being tied to the project on Santa Cruz and Merrill, and I just would like some clarity there.
Yes, as part of our BMR agreement for the new project on Santa Cruz and Merrill, there's 9 residential units. We acquired the site at 1162 and are moving 2 of the BMR units to 1162. So you'll get 2 units from the Santa Cruz and Merrill project, and you'll get 1 unit of BMR in the project itself for a total of 3 BMR units out of the 9.
I'm sorry, what was the address of the other project?
1125 Merrill, 506 Santa Cruz, and 556 Santa Cruz. Oh, yes, and the timing, we have to have those BMR units online leased 2 years after C of O on the current project of Santa Cruz and Merrill. The projected C of O is going to be roughly June 2020. So 2 years after that, we have to have the BMR units on 1162 online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would caution my other commissioners, the schedule of the applicant certainly does not need to influence the schedule of what it is that we vote to approve or disapprove. Commissioner Tate.
I'm sorry, I thought I turned it off.
Commissioner Riggs.
I hope those present realize that everyone's hesitation is that our hearts are really not in this. It's tough being asked to make a judgment about bricks and mortar that fail to help a cause that you have some belief in. And I will share that I personally, through the appropriate intermediaries, contacted 3 building owners in Menlo Park who I thought would be well situated to rent out 2,000 square feet. And I struck out in all 3 efforts. And if I can help in the future in some similar way, I will try to do that again. In the meantime, stuck with this decision, I guess somebody has to make a motion. So I will move per the staff report to make a determination that the buildings at 1162, 1170 El Camino Real do not possess potential historic significance.
We have a first from Commissioner Riggs. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
We have a first from Commissioner Riggs, a second from Commissioner Doran. The motion is that the buildings, the subject buildings, do not have a potential historic significance. Prior to this vote, this is a very hard vote. This is a vote that very well may get appealed to City Council, who has a wider purview, I believe, than we have here on Planning Commission. And there's another forum. It's a very hard vote, but it is one that, for me, I can. The facts lead me to one decision. So with that, we are going to have a vote on, and looking for any other commissioner comments before I take this vote. Okay, so the motion is to make a determination that the buildings at 1162 and 1170 Camino Real do not possess potential historic significance. All in favor, raise your hand. Let the record show that Commissioner Doran, Riggs, Barnes, Kale voting yes. All opposed, please raise your hand. Commissioners Tate, Kennedy, and DeCarty voting no. The yes is have it, and this, the motion is that the buildings do not have a potential historic significance. So thank you all for coming out this evening. We appreciate your engagement. And with that, we will move to item G, informational items, and G1 is, do you want to do this, Kerner, or do you want me to run through the informational items?
Yeah, I believe the chair traditionally runs through them, yes.
Okay, so the informational items, G1, is the memo as it relates to the 2020-21 Capital Improvement Plan, the SIP, budget development, and then G2, future planning commission schedule, if you want to say something about that.
Yes, so for the January 27th meeting, we have the Menlo Portal EIR scoping and study session, the DA annual review for Menlo Gateway, and then we have a single-family home, 1026 Santa Cruz Avenue.
Great. Are there any final questions or additions to that from my fellow colleagues? Seeing none, I will call for adjournment at 11:13 in the evening. Thank you. Good night, my friend.
Good night, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
This is why it can be hard to get volunteers. Who wants to end their night at 11:14 p.m.? Having just disappointed the community. Yeah, what a thrill.
Yeah,